You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. Hello there, welcome to Force 13 Live. This is coverage on Hurricane Agatha, and we expect to be here until landfall. It's still a powerful Category 2 hurricane on the Saffir-Simpson scale, and whilst it didn't manage to reach Category 3 major hurricane status, it is still a potentially historic storm for the time of year and for the location. Bearing in mind that Category 2 storm landfalls are unheard of this early on in the season. It is currently still packing 110 mph winds, although latest info from Recon suggests that it has probably weakened a touch. It is headed towards land though at a fair pace, starting to accelerate just a little bit more, and we will be here until it makes landfall, which we expect is still a few hours away. But the main part of the storm is almost upon the coastline there in Oaxaca. The warnings are still all the same compared to what we were looking at yesterday, and let me just recap those again. Hurricane warning for Salina Cruz to Laguna de Chacagua. A hurricane watch for Salina Cruz eastward to Barra de Tonala, a tropical storm warning for Salina Cruz eastward to Boca de Pijijiapan and Laguna de Chacagua westward to Punta Maldonado. My name is Nathan Foy in the studio once again at Force 13 HQ. Obviously, we're quite busy here with this storm and probably going to be here for the rest of today covering it. And obviously, there it is in front of us. Now, we also wanted to bring on the webcam, the location cam from earlier. Well, here is what it did look like, but if I'm not mistaken, it's broken now. I think this is from earlier, but it went down at about 20 past the last hour. Unless I'm wrong and it's back running again, I'm not sure, but this is what it did look like earlier, definitely. And I don't know if that is active now or not, so maybe it is. So we'll leave that running for a little bit whilst I introduce my team. I'm joined right now by Christian, Joey and Kenneth. Hello to all of you. Good afternoon.
Good.
Hello.
Hello.
And good evening to Kenneth there in Hong Kong. And of course, Kenneth being one of our someone who is really on the ball with the analysis, why don't you begin by telling us what's happened with Agatha in the last 12 hours and, from an objective standpoint, struggled to intensify any further?
Yes, it struggled to intensify after Recon passes and found 110 miles per hour at around 2021 UTC. So let me just share my screen. I've prepared a bit of
Sure.
thing. Go. So this is where the Recon has passed and at this structure Recon has found 110 miles per hour pressure on Niagara, 64 millibars here, but since then it just weakened considerably because of the westerly shear. You can see the eye structure, it did collapse a bit. It really collapsed a bit, and the convection has the eye has disappeared, and beforehand it's trying to pop up, and it's weakened considerably, which a Recon right now, you can see in recent frame it's really trying to roping up shear from the northwestern side again, but at the eastern side it's still pretty weak. In the latest vortex data message, the inbound winds are considerably found at a uh, longer radius than the western side, which suggests the eastern side being pretty weak right now, which is also supported by microwave imagery. You can see the eastern side being strong, but you can see at the southern side is consistently being opened in the recent SSMIS microwave path, although the convection is dropping from the northern side.
Latest center estimate right now, we have it 60 kilometers south-southwest of Santa Elena el Tule, 60 kilometers offshore. So the main question right now, Kenneth, I guess, one, how long will it be until landfall? And two, does it have any more chances to strengthen?
Indeed. So the first question is currently around 60 kilometers from land, and after the weakening phase overnight local time, this Agatha has weakened and also accelerated because of the increasing shear, but also accelerated along the shear factor. That means the shear has eased a bit for a bit, and now it has redeveloped a bit in terms structural wise as the dropping up shear continues, and pretty much as it accelerated to around 50 kilometers per hour, and we probably will see around 4 to 5 hours before landfall, and the intensity will increase in the final 4 hours. Well, it is developing, but pretty slowly, because the structure is pretty it's pretty bad since the deterioration. As you can see in the microwave, you can see at 0C, you can see it's heavily lopsided to the northeastern side from the microwave pass 16 hours ago, which is at the daytime. So it needs time to redevelop. So I doubt it will intensify much. Let's show the latest recon here.
Just before we get there, Kenneth, could I just mention, you've said that it's degraded quite a bit, but let's not forget the National Hurricane Center is still holding the same intensity that they first went with at 110 miles per hour. You're about to explain part of the reason why it's much weaker with the recon data there.
Yes. So the National Hurricane Center has held the intensity at 110 miles per hour because of the first thing, uncertainty. The second thing, the Dvorak technique, which is a technique using infrared satellite image that has been used for 38 years worldwide. That has a T 5.0, which translates to around 90 knots. So National Hurricane Center maintained the intensity, given that the recon data is absent overnight. But right now, but actually the objective estimates, like the microwave estimates, AIDT, showed a considerable weakening and microwave estimates support around 75 to 80 knots, which is what currently Recon suggesting.
Right, so that's what you would run with if you were the National Hurricane Center?
I'll say the peak estimate I'll agree with, because it's derived from Recon, pretty straightforward. But after peak, I'll say holding intensity, well, it's a feasible behavior, but the optimum move will be knocking the intensity down to like 80 or 85 knots, I'll say. But right now, Recon suggests an intensity of, well, pretty much no higher than 80 to 85 knots, which is 150, not higher than around 150 kilometers per hour.
Of course, National Hurricane Center have been at 110 miles per hour, which is 175 kilometers per hour. That was before the recon, though. and their next update will be in still 2 hours away. So we expect that they'll bring that intensity down a little bit in 2 hours.
Yeah.
And the more we look at this right now, the more we start seeing patterns with models, some of them saying that, like the GFS was talking about that peak and then it's starting to weaken as it approached the coast. And to an extent, that's sort of what's happened, although it made a lot of other mistakes along the way, that model. But regardless, the biggest threats right now, of course, are still those destructive winds. But we're still looking at very high amounts of rainfall. Although, I do believe that the rainfall estimates have gone down a little bit. We're now expecting maybe maximums of about 300 millimeters rather than 500 millimeters we were talking about some days ago. And you'll see it ticking along the bottom of our screen every now and again, a few of those locations. Especially to the west of where the storm's making landfall, those intensities have gone down quite a bit. And to the east, gone down as well, but just a small amount. There's once again the infrared of the storm right now, and let's have a close-up of that webcam once again, because it seems to be cooperating, so this must be current. And this is the view in La Crucecita right now, which is only 115 kilometers away from the eye of the storm. I've been monitoring it on and off throughout today, this morning, local time, and there's been bouts of strong wind, there's been persistent rain, but overall it's not been too bad. There's been a handful of people on the beach, thankfully nowhere near as much as yesterday, but obviously this area is under a hurricane warning and they're probably getting tropical storm force wind gusts. It's not safe to be in that location, and the webcam went down for a little while. It must have been about 40 minutes because it just started working again when we started this stream. So it may go out again at little to no notice. So we'll see what happens there. As always, you can ask us any questions and submit comments and observations if you're anywhere near the storm. If it's safe to do so, start your message with Force 13 all in text, and it will light up on our chat feed, just like a couple of people have done already. Can it weaken to a Category 1 before making landfall? As Kenneth said there, if it was Kenneth's Hurricane Center, it would already be down to Category 1, I believe, 90 miles per hour. So National Hurricane Center might go with that, and you would say that that's probably the most likely scenario now, Kenneth?
I'll say it's likely. So the Recon, the drop zone, you can see the pressure at 979 surface, with winds of 9 knot, which translates to 978 millibars, with the wind pressure relationship and the Recon winds suggesting 80 knot, which is 90 miles per hour, with hurricane force winds extended to around 40 kilometers, as suggested for Recon, at the southeastern side, while the wind radius is significantly smaller, like around 25 kilometers at the northwestern side. It's just still pretty much like it is diameter is like around 60 kilometers across, with gale radius is particularly large at the eastern sector.
Look at the northwest though, there's nothing there hardly.
Actually, the northwestern side is, well, this is the ASCAP Pass.
Okay, that tells something different.
Yeah, so actually the northern side, it has the greatest extent of the gale radius, which is the brown wind barbs, which is likely now the gale winds are already affecting that. So here's the RAM slider, which it allowed me to draw something. So the storm is roughly at here, depicted in golden color, and then it is moving northeast, which are depicted in silver color, and the gale force winds are estimated to be from here to here is where the gale force winds is affecting, I estimate. And the east of the storm are blowing around southeasterly wind, which note that it is onshore wind, so it is exposed. Although at the western side, due to terrain block, these are all mountains, mountains, mountains. So it may have some terrain block for the northerly wind, so the winds may be sheltered. But after they make landfall, the winds would turn to westerly, which which those winds may be the location that previously brings shelter may be exposed later this afternoon. So please stay in high alert for those under the warning.
So you're suggesting for a lot of these places the backside of the storm will be worse?
So the eastern side, let's go back to here and clear it. So the worst condition will still be near the eye wall, around 50 kilometers around the center, where we may receive hurricane force conditions. May receive hurricane force conditions. So, which is not joking, and the tropical storm force winds still extend around 150 kilometers from the center. So the coastal areas like 150 kilo areas may already now receiving gale force winds, which is pretty much destructive, as well as wells and rough seas. So please stop. More importantly, stay away from the coast and stop all water activities. There already one fatality confirmed because of drowning, because a person is being brought away by the rough sea.
Yep. Declan Storms 2 there. Thanks for your support during this stream. We certainly appreciate it. We're doing our best here. Krakow says, not sure if you've done this already, but can you reiterate recon data from earlier today? I think we've just done that there. And are they coming again? I believe they are, aren't they, Kenneth?
Yes, they are coming back. You can see the recon. After making a southeast-northwest path, and it digs south, and now it's drifting back towards the northeast and making a southwest-northeast path.
Oh, is this right now?
Probably receive. Yeah, so we'll probably receive another set of data after around 10 to 20 minutes. We should probably get another center pass and get more extensive data inside the storm.
We'll definitely look out for that then. Let's take some more questions. During the tropical weather bulletin yesterday, we said it had a 30% chance of reforming. Is that true? Well, there is a chance of something reforming in the Atlantic. We just don't know whether or not.
As category 2P, yes, it is category 2P. Yeah.
It's Agatha or another system. Can this storm potentially strengthen before landfall, or is it weakening? Kenneth, you didn't rule out strengthening, did you? And of course, Kenneth's finished up there just for a moment. Let's talk to Joey. Your thoughts on the storm today as well, how it's changed since yesterday when you were on the air with us, and maybe I'll point that question to you, whether you think it still has a shot of strengthening.
Well, I think definitely it's a lot more disorganized than it was last night when we were on the air, which is a good thing to see. Very glad that it has had that weakening phase before landfall, although the impacts from the system are still very, very severe. So that doesn't take away from that. To the question that was asked about strengthening, in my personal opinion, I don't think it's going to have enough time to really consolidate itself for any strengthening before its landfall. We are quite close to landfall, around 8 to 9 hours before it does make that landfall on the Oaxaca coast of Mexico. But
That's probably a bit of a worst case. We're hoping for less.
Yeah, we're hoping for less, but yeah.
And we don't say that to be mean or anything, it's just that a quicker landfall means that less rainfall will get dumped over the area and there's less time for it to possibly re-strengthen. I'm just trying to do a new extrapolation now, Joey. It's probably moved about 77 kilometers in the last 6 hours, and if it keeps going in the same direction, it will hit land in 85 kilometers. So assuming it accelerates a little bit, then maybe we could hope for 5 or 6 hours. If it does a little bit of a nudge to the north, then that would be taken back towards a quicker landfall. And at the moment, I don't know whether it's an illusion, but it appears to me as though it's been moving north quite a bit too, and whether it might hit land near its closest point. In the meantime, we have several more questions just now. What caused the weakening? Did the same thing happen to Amanda that happened to Delta, a small core that got disrupted and easily be a pocket of moderate shear? I think you meant to say Agatha. What do you think of that?
Some action that well back when yesterday there's a participant that mentioned this, which the back shear, which I'll explain what Delta happened after rapid intensification. Delta suffered from back shear and the eye just simply disappeared and rapidly weakened. And I do believe a similar thing happened to Agatha after the phase of rapid development to 110 miles per hour. There's some back shear of around 10 to 15 knots because of its stalling. So the shear has taken. So Agatha took a hit by those back shear at the southwest from the southwestern side or western side, and the eye just simply disappeared, and now the core has to reconstruct it all over again.
Alright, let's take a little look at our satellite wall right now, and you can see all of the different perspectives of the storm in near real time and how it's been moving. It's still producing really chunky bouts of convection. That's something that should be said. Still well above the minus 80 degree threshold. So it's really pumping out that convection, mainly on the northwestern side. I've rarely ever seen it pumping it out on the southeastern side, and that is a product of wind shear, isn't it?
Actually, the southern side, the southeastern side has been open for quite some time, actually. Since midnight and until currently, the southeastern side, southwestern side, as suggested by various instruments and microwave, it has been the case for like over half day, and it didn't improve for the southern side, but the northern side remains intense.
Now look at this. This is the latest webcam out of La Crucecita right now, and it's clearly a significant rain band that's moving through. Just offshore, we're getting indications of 20 to 25 millimeter per hour rain. This is still not in the eye wall or anything like that yet, although the more I look at the satellite derived rainfall, it looks extremely messy there. And to be honest, actually, near the center of the storm, the rain rates appear to have gone down since yesterday, down to around the 45 millimeter per hour range. So this is a live look right now. The camera is still working, even though it went down for about half an hour earlier, and it's quite something to look at there. Visibility way down and pouring with rain, although you see those trees there, not much movement yet still with any of that. This is in a rather sheltered location, so that obviously has something to do with it. but monitoring this feed before the stream started today, I did hear bouts of wind gusts blowing through, and it got quite intense at times, but not during this band. Christian, I know you're there as well. What are your comments on this storm right now, whilst we continue to look at this camera?
Well, not really got a lot to say at the minute, but yeah, it's not looking good for the webcam area, and especially parts of southern Mexico. Obviously, this is still, as of now, according to the NHC, a Category 2. Not quite sure what they'll say on their next advisory, which I'm not sure when that's coming out.
An hour and a half till that happens. Just seeing some wind gusts there
yeah.
again.
So, once again, like, it's not looking good. Either way, it's gonna be, what was it, like I think it's stage 5 on CDPS right now.
Yes, it is stage 5.
Yeah, so let me just try and take a look at the buzzword sheet that we've got here. Stage 5 is devastating. So yeah, so so that does mean that devastating damage is still possible for this area. Obviously, according to the NHC, it's still a Category 2. We'll wait to see what they come up with on their next advisory, judging by Recon. Speaking of, what is Recon up to right about now? So,
what are they up to?
They're still heading northeast, bearing of 45 degrees.
Yep, they're about to do another I-pass, moving southeast,
They're about
southwest
to do
to
another
northeast.
I-pass, yeah.
So hopefully we'll get to see some more information regarding that, and whether it's a weakening that's continuing right now or whether it's building back.
Yeah.
We had some comments here. Could Agatha explosively weaken before landfall? That's not a term we use.
That's not a term, no.
You might be able to say it implodes, but we get the idea. Kenneth?
So, I won't say it will just implode suddenly before landfall, but only it will rapidly degrade after landfall, because you know, in South in the Mexico, in you know, how's the region pronounced?
In Oaxaca. Oaxaca.
Oaxaca, pretty much is all mountain ranges. When the storm goes like this, it pretty much hits the mountain, and when a storm hits mountain, it rapidly degrades. But also I'll have to note that again, when a storm makes landfall and rapidly weaken, and it heads towards mountain, massive convection can blow up at the southern coast of the mountain. It can rapidly blow up and bring torrential rainfall for days, causing serious flooding and landslide, which buries property and lives.
Yep, and sometimes, I mean, after a storm makes landfall, we often get the times when the convection really blows up, sort of in response to the weakening cloud tops on the side that's over land. But once again, we're looking here at this webcam that's showing a inclement scene, and this is live at La Crucecita, which is probably going to be very close to the landfall zone, and that's on the eastern side, which is going to be the stronger side of the storm. We're going to take a short break now, and we'll be back in a moment to discuss more about this storm. Stay tuned. Welcome back. This is Force 13 Live, and we are looking at the live webcam shot from the coast of Mexico, La Crucecita, which is in the central part of Oaxaca, very close to where the storm will be making landfall in the next few hours. We'll be looking at this a lot whilst the camera's still working, that is. My name's Nathan Foy. I'm back here in the studio with Christian, Joey, and Kenneth. Welcome back. And this is, you know, a pretty unstructured live stream. Obviously, things happen in real time. We get new information as it comes in. National Hurricane Center will be updating in an hour and a half. Recon are flying into the storm, are already in the storm, and they're about to do their second pass across the eye in a moment. So we'll get that information as soon as it drops, and we'll be eager to know.
I think they're in the eye now. Either that or just past it, but see what they've got here.
We'll probably receive those data after 5 minutes.
And we'll be eager to know how that's changed since the first pass.
Yeah. So the first pass suggests the winds, the pressure 978 millibars, with winds at around 80 to 90 knots, depending the flight level wind or the SFMR, because the kind of the discrepancy at the northwestern side between flight level and SFMR, what they suggest are quite different, which depends on the interpretation. 80 to 90 are possible right now.
Yep. And once again, just to remind people, hurricane warning is in effect for Salina Cruz to Lagunas de Chacahua. I believe I probably butchered that pronunciation.
Yes.
Again, hurricane watch for Salina Cruz again, eastward to Barra de Tonala, and a tropical storm warning in effect for Salina Cruz again, eastward to Boca de... Oh dear. I'm not going to try pronouncing that, but you can see it on your screen right there. As well as Lagunas de Chacahua, westward to Punta Maldonado.
Okay, so I'm gonna read some before while we are waiting the recon data. I'll read some precautions that you should make. Let me see if I can still share my screen, because the internet is pretty unstable. I'll try my best. So the rainfall currently is at least 300 meters. Expect the landfall location near Oaxaca, Mexico, after around 4 hours. Is currently CDP at stage 5. Devastating damage is expected. Currently, hazard prevention measures should have been completed now, as damaging gale force or higher winds are already affecting the coast of Oaxaca, Mexico, and will rapidly rise in the late in the afternoon. Winds of at least 175 kilometers per hour is expected to impact the nearby landfalling areas. Gale force winds extend up to 150 to 200 kilometers from the center. Due to rough sea and swells, stay away from the coast and stop all water activities. One fatality has been confirmed as a person stays at the beach and being brushed away from the swells. So at some low-lying areas, or you are near a mountain, near a slope, evacuate to higher elevations from the slope now, because the water level rise due to torrential rain. Storm surges will cause serious flooding there. Huge rainfall will also cause extensive landslide and mass movement that buries structures and life. Which, please evacuate from these dangerous and this hazard-prone regions. So for out when if you're currently outdoor, in the warning regions, especially those in tropical storm or hurricane warnings, people outdoors should find a safe place now and remain there until the danger is over. Stay away from the coast and stop all water activities. Do not stand near trees and wire posts, which are vulnerable to strong winds, which when they fall, it can just slam you and GG. Also, do not touch fallen electrical wire because you apparently get electric shock. If you're indoor already, do not stand near windy or exposed windows. Debris brought by rain and winds can easily break them. Stay in the very interior area of the house. And for the windows, lock all windows and doors, and insert reinforced shutters and gates if they're available. Adhesive tape fixed to large window panes in exposed position will reduce the damage and injury by broken glass. And also, as is near landfall, I'll also announce this. If the eye passes over you, winds will become lasting from around a few minutes up to around an hour. However, do not be caught off guard if you see the winds are calm. That's just fake. The violent winds from the back vortex will resume from a different direction, which the previously sheltered from the winds will likely become exposed. Members of the public should remain on high alert, stay indoor and do not go outside when those destructive winds of over 175 kilometers are slamming you, which it can cause considerable damage to buildings, and it can tore poorly built structures. After the passage of Agatha, it is over, considerable damage was already done to land. There may be a hidden danger. Members of the public should remain on alert and assurance of personal safety. Continued rainfall, possibly torrential, as explained before, it's very likely that it will last for a few days. Please remain on high alert of the threat of flooding and landslides, particularly those in the low-lying areas and near the mountains. Please stay indoors until the conditions become calm. Again, stay outdoor. No, stay indoor, stay away from the coast, and stop all water activities.
Just looking at the satellite imagery on one of my other monitors, and it's hard to tell whether it's getting quicker or not. This, by the way, was the National Hurricane Center's forecast cone from earlier. That was their full advisory, which was an hour and a half ago. That was from 10 a.m. They expect landfall in the afternoon, clearly, looking at that imagery. And then for the storm to weaken rapidly. But let's go... Well, there's that camera once again, but let's just turn that off for a moment and look at this visible imagery. And you can see into the storm a little bit there, and its motion is still appearing to be around northeast. But if it does have that little bit of a northerly component, we could be looking at landfall much sooner. As it stands right now, from the latest imagery I'm seeing, which is from a little while ago now, we're probably looking at landfall in about 5 hours. So there we have it.
So there's some breaking data.
Right.
As I finished reading the precaution announcement, so the Recon is finding out of southwestern side. The data is not yet out for the northeastern side yet, but that's a southwestern side. The maximum flight level wind is 83 knots with a maximum SFMR of around 90 knots. Which for that you can suggest also around intensity of around 80 or 90 knots right now, which is translates to what possibly ranging from 150 to 165 kilometers per hour sustained, and the extrapolated pressure around 974.8 millibars, slightly deeper from the previous path, which agrees with the current expectation that the slow development of around a millibar per hour or so is currently ongoing until landfall.
Did you say, what was the pressure again?
974.8.
Extrapolated pressure.
Ooh.
Yes, extrapolated pressure. We'll wait for the next eye drop zone to confirm the exact surface pressure later when the data arrives.
When do you think you'll get that data? A few minutes?
Drop zone data may need some more time, and so I expect that to occur after roughly 10 minutes.
All right. Here's the view again from that location along the coast in La Crucecita, which at the present time is now how far away from the storm's center? Trying to get a read on that. It was 115 kilometers away at the start of our stream. It's now 104. So the storm's closed in quite a bit in the course of the last hour. That may of course just be the ability to pinpoint its position a little bit better than earlier. But clearly a lot of precipitation right now at that location, and not much in the way of wind yet still, but they're under yellows in terms of the precipitation, which is around 10 millimeters per hour. No, higher than that. Around 15 millimeters per hour on where this location is. And towards the center, satellite indications telling us that it's around 50 millimeters per hour in there. And if that's over you for an hour or a few hours, then the risk and the threat of flash flooding and mudslides becomes extremely high. And we know the potential risk in these locations. We hear about it even with weak tropical storms. And this will be a hurricane that will deliver probably 200 millimeters of rain to about 10 million people near the coast of Oaxaca, Chiapas, and even into Guatemala in the next 5 days. Keep sending in your questions. Start your message with Force 13, all in text, and we'll be able to take a look at those. I don't know how long that webcam will hold up. Will Acapulco be spared any damages? I would say there right now they are pretty much out of it, aren't they? They're not under any warnings, I don't think.
Where's that?
In Acapulco. I'm pretty sure they're not in any warnings.
Acapulco.
Yeah, they're far out of the warnings.
Yeah, but you could get some pretty heavy rainfall at times from some of the bands, but yeah.
Another question there. When will hurricane season begin? Or when does hurricane season begin? In the Atlantic, it's in 2 days, June the 1st, and in the Eastern Pacific, it already started on May 15th. Those are the conventional limits, although storms can form outside of those limits. As we look at that rain rate getting up there now, heavy rain here on the webcam. Another comment there, how big is Hurricane Agatha now? The other day, or yesterday, I can't remember exactly when, I was talking about how it's satellite cloud influence, significant clouds extended about 1,000 kilometers in diameter. That's actually gone down a little bit today to about 750 kilometers. So the storm has actually shrunk. Does that mean anything though, Kenneth?
The storm has actually didn't well it didn't like shrunk a bit too much. It already well Agatha already is a pretty small system, to be honest.
Yep.
It's pressure influence, which means the radius of outermost isobar pretty much only extend up to 300 around 300 kilometers away, which is already pretty small. The gale radius is as a hurricane only extends to around 150 kilometers. This is also a pretty small value. And with the hurricane radius even smaller, like 30 to 40 kilometers, actually such a value is pretty small. So that's why it is already 80 kilometers from center. The winds may not be that strong yet. It's still gale force winds, but the winds can rapidly intensify because a tropical cyclone has an exponential wind structure outside from outside the peripheral system to the eye wall of the system. The winds rise exponentially, especially when you particularly close to the eye wall. So do not be caught off guard or just do the precaution late because the winds are not intensifying much, because the winds can rapidly intensify very, very strong after just a few hours. There's no the time will definitely run out when you prepare at that moment. That's already too late. So if you have any precautions, do it now. If you have not prepared it, do it now. You should have done it already.
Another comment here. First of all, what are the sea surface temperatures? They're still pushing 29 degrees, aren't they, all the way to landfall?
Yeah, previously it's 30 degrees. As it's near the coast, it's dropped a bit to 29, but still very favorable.
Yep. And would this be the strongest East Pacific landfall for the month of May? I don't think there's ever been a hurricane landfall in the month of May, has there? I don't think so. But we were crunching the history books in the last few days as well, and we were talking about the potential of this to have a Category 3 landfall. Well, it doesn't look like that now, but the history was that the earliest ever Category 3 landfall on the Pacific side of Mexico was on August 27th, it was, in 1989 with Hurricane Kiko. Now, the earliest Category 2 landfall in the database on the Pacific coast of Mexico is Hurricane Carlotta in 2012, 10 years ago now. I remember tracking that too. And that was a Category 2 landfall on June 16th. And that is the only June Category 2 landfall in Mexico on the Pacific side. So that record would fall. And the earliest hurricane landfall on the Pacific coast of Mexico is, just trying to figure out what it actually is. Like I say, I don't think there's been any in May. Oh, actually, there might have been. Yes. And it was Agatha in 1971 that was a Category 1 on May the 24th and made landfall to the west of Acapulco as a Category 1 and weakened drastically to a tropical depression. Although it may not have been a hurricane at landfall, I'm not sure. But that, ironically, another Agatha, is the earliest hurricane landfall. May 24th, 1971.
So the latest Recon data has out for the northeastern side, the last quadrant sampled. Let me see. 83 knots light levels, 76 knot SFMR, 75 knot at the northeastern side only.
So is it still suggesting a 80 knot category 1 storm, or would you keep it at category 2?
Actually, because the shear destroyed the mid-level core previously, which the infrastructure, where the infrastructure deteriorate, but the low level can stay pretty much intact and completed. So, well, you can say anyway 80 to 90. So I'll stay in the middle maybe.
So it's a borderline case right now.
Pretty borderline and well, debatable. Yeah.
Here we are looking back at the visible satellite imagery on this storm, and you can see its general motion still blowing up those cloud tops. It's not stopping there on the northwestern side, but you see more and more gaps on the eastern side, Kenneth, and we're saying that it's open there on that side, yeah?
Yeah, the southwestern side is open, so that's why you can see. So that's why in Recon, Recon suggests the western side is particularly small. It's particularly small in gale or storm radius, but in terms of the maximum winds, the southern side may be the strongest.
Interesting. This is the water vapor imagery, and that does not look very flattering on the eastern side. Let's instead change maybe lower water vapor imagery. Okay, that's the one that looks even worse, never mind. Let's go back to one of the infrared channels and have a look at how it's been progressing here. And it's, I mean, best way I can describe it on infrared the whole time has been sloppy. And it really is open on the eastern side right now on the infrared, Kenneth.
What?
Massive
I have
gap.
to note
Massive
that
chunk out of it.
what suggests at the lower level or even the surface can differ from what suggests in the infrared, because infrared suggests some pretty high level, like over 500
Of
millibar
course.
stuff. So things can flip at the lower level. That definitely can happen.
Yeah, I'm just reporting on what I'm seeing here, and infrared showing certainly at the higher levels not a big gap on the eastern side. Right, let's take some more comments. If Agatha does reform, oh, it's just YouTube just clicked all the way down to the bottom, so I just lost that. There it is. Leo says, if Agatha does reform into the Atlantic, would it cause a threat to the Gulf Coast of the US or even Mexico's Gulf Coast too? Well, you had some models speculating that sort of thing, but I don't think we'll be drawn to say anything on it yet unless any of my team think different.
Yeah, no.
That was short and sweet there. And how high are the chances for Agatha to be formed in the Atlantic?
Well, currently the National Hurricane Center, with the little AOI they have in the North Atlantic, have put it at 0.40%, giving it a 40% chance of formation in 5 days. But even then, that's not directly linked to Agatha's remnants. What we're expecting is, if something is going to form, Agatha's remnants are going to merge with another broader area of low pressure and possibly form in the Gulf or in the Western Caribbean. So we have to see how that pans out.
Okay, what is the cloud top temperature now? Well, the cloud tops are still looking pretty decent. In fact, there's a tiny area of minus 90-degree cloud tops right now in one of those towers there on that latest image. So a tiny bit of minus 90, but in general, well, the western side of it is all minus 70s and some minus 80s. Back to that live webcam, which we'll be watching probably a lot as long as it's running. They've exited the big rain area that they were in earlier, and now they've got a little bit of a respite, and then I think after that will be the main part of the hurricane for this area in a couple of hours, maybe 3 hours. So we'll be keeping our eyes peeled on what happens here. In the meantime, going back to Christian's screen is still up there as well, showing all of the warning information right now. So I don't know if anyone has any more comments just now. I'll open the floor. It's all gone quiet. So realistically, what are we expecting? From what I'm gathering, the National Hurricane Center will probably stay on the strong side, and they'll go with 100 miles an hour the next advisory, yeah? I think that's what they're going to end up
stay
doing.
higher. 100, 105. They probably will explain it using SFMR, the 19 SFMR data. They probably will knock it down a bit, but may use the SFMR data to interpret the current testing.
And that update from the National Hurricane Center will be coming up in an hour, probably less, because they're usually a bit early, although Recon are, I'm guessing they're still in the store.
They're still in the store.
Will they do more passes, do you think?
I don't know. The last Recon pass didn't last for so if their field lasts for half day, they may do one more. But if it's less, they probably may leave.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Let's just see.
So we continue to watch this situation very closely, and you can see actually the rain appears to have gotten stronger again at the location that we're looking at, despite me saying that satellite estimates show that it's decreasing. But that's why we don't always rely on satellite estimates, because it is just a guess, basically. We can't see under there, and sadly there's no radar for this area, which is very sad. They have the radar on the Atlantic side, but not here on the Pacific side. So disappointing in the Mexican authorities to not have a radar there, because my goodness, I think we need it right now. Well, we're going to take a break here. We'll be back in a few moments. This is Force 13 Live. Stay tuned. Our live coverage will continue in a moment. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. Force 13's live coverage continues on Hurricane Agatha, which for the time being is still at 110 mph winds and a pressure of 964 millibars, although we know that the National Hurricane Center are likely going to weaken it slightly for the next update, which arrives at the end of the hour. Interesting looking at that camera right now. There's a group of people moving something up onto the beach. That's curious. I'm not sure what it is, but that's what's happening there right now. This area that we're looking at is live from La Crucecita, which is approximately about 100 kilometers from the eye of the storm, and it will pass very close to this location indeed over the next 6 hours. The storm, of course, will not only provide destructive winds for the coastline of Oaxaca, but inland particularly, there's going to be very high amounts of rainfall, which could cause devastating mudslides and flooding and flash flooding from high rain rates in short amounts of time. And this could be happening anywhere in the region from here on in, really. Some places we're expecting 300 millimeters of rain in total. Some places might get a little bit higher in isolated locations. In general, along the coast, we're looking at around 100 to 200 millimeters of rain, up to 300 around Salina Cruz. And of course, we're expecting hurricane force winds for large parts of the coast, including here at La Crucecita, who are under a hurricane warning, which extends from Salina Cruz to Laguna de Chacahua. Hurricane watch for Salina Cruz eastward to Barra de Tonala. A tropical storm warning for Salina Cruz eastward to Boca de Pijijiapan and Laguna de Chacahua westward to Punta Maldonado. Back in the studio, my name is Nathan Foy. Hello once again, and I'm joined by my team for another hour of coverage and discussion as this storm gets closer to landfall. I'm joined by Christian, Joey, and Kenneth. Hello once again to all of you. And
Hello.
we're still looking at Christian's little summary there on his screen with those warnings, and on the right hand side the Recon data, and they're still buzzing around the storm. They went through it earlier. They've been through it twice now. So Kenneth, why don't you just summarize what they've caught so far?
First of all, Recon has already made passes of all 4 quadrants over the past 2 hours. So Recon has found winds of around 85 to 90 knots. At 15C, the pressure was at 978 millibars from the eye drop zone, and like around 20 minutes ago, they get an eye drop zone of 975 millibars currently. So the current pressure is 975 millibars. Winds estimate probably 80 to 90 knots, more like the 85 to 90 knots, which means 155 to 165 kilometers per hour sustained at current intensity, supported by Recon. So which is a Category 2 status still, a pretty dangerous system, with winds with gale radius extended up to 150 kilometers from the center, and gales extended to 60 kilometers in diameter.
So you're saying the second Recon pass got a lower pressure than the first one. Is that a sign of strengthening then?
Indeed, that shows signs of strengthening. You can see a Y shape in drop zone. A Y shape means the dry air is subsidizing at the center, which favors pressure drop. So, yeah, it is indeed strengthening with some pressure drop.
So that's some more news that we've received there then, that it's possibly strengthening again. So would you say, Kenneth, that maybe a few hours ago was the weakest point in this phase of the storm?
Actually, I think the weakest phase was almost half day ago.
Right.
And then it maintained it until like 9Z, 10Z, where the convection started to regenerate and roping again. That's where it started to regenerate, and it still agrees with the expectation that it's still gradually developing until for around 4 to 5 hours until landfall. Until landfall, it'll have around 4 hours for the intensification.
Gotta
But
say
gradual.
though, it's looking a sorry state on infrared right now.
It is indeed not so good because of the wind shear. After yesterday Recon peak, the mid-level shear just slammed the mid-level core. So which is why the infrared the pattern looks pretty bad, but actually it rebuilt decently. Yeah, you can see overnight the core just got disrupted heavily, but the inner core may be still pretty solid, so that's why it can currently regenerate a bit and retain as a category 2 system with winds of currently around 90 knots, 105 miles per hour. Yeah.
There's another view of it visibly right now, and you can see its progress and just how disrupted it looks on the eastern side, and there's just big gaps there, and you can almost see it's very odd this right now, because I mean it doesn't have an established core anymore, right?
Not really unestablished. It's pretty much re-establishing, but it's pretty asymmetric currently. As you can see, the convection is at the western side, but the larger gale radius is at the eastern side. The strongest surface wind is estimated to be the southern side, while the southwestern side is the smallest. But the strongest flight level wind, which the higher level, are at the northern side. But surface is at the southern side.
It's also going to be a nightmare trying to figure out when it makes landfall.
Yeah, it's all inside the world of meteorology. I really have to say that in the world of meteorology, it's all about estimation and error. And we always say is how much error we have. And maybe in Agatha we're facing maybe a bit larger of the uncertainty and error. Well, it is full of error. Just don't be too stubborn about the accuracy. That there must be error, sorry, in the world of meteorology, but we're trying our best to estimate it, increase the accuracy, and warn the public about the threats of this of natural hazards.
Alright, let's go back to the webcam. This is live right now, La Crucecita, which looks to be actually heading into a bit of a rainfall gap now. It is still raining there, you can see, but the visibility has quite clearly gone up, and you can see quite a lot more right now. So they're in a little bit of a gap, but they're not even in the main part of the storm yet, let's not forget. Some places that are receiving elevated rain rates right now that you might be able to say is part of the main part of the storm now is at Santa Elena. They're receiving around 20 to 30 millimeters of rain per hour just now. Chacahua is currently getting around 20. Mazunte is about to enter the 15 range. And Prado Escondido is just outside of the 15 millimeter per hour range. Conditions are going to get a lot worse there in short order. and for La Crucecita, where the webcam is, we're still looking at probably trying to figure out how long, maybe another 2 hours before things get much worse at this location. If anyone has any comments or questions for us, feel free to send them in. This is part of what we do. We're not really a very useful service if we don't actually take real people's comments and questions about what they want to know rather than what we think you want to know. Of course, we have the main specifics covered. This isn't hurricane landfalls aren't really a very fast event, especially in this part of the world where we don't get many visual sources. And you can see some clouds moving back in again there. So that rain is definitely on and off, more on than off right now. So Recon's still somewhere around the storm. They've been in twice so far, and the National Hurricane Center will be updating towards the end of the hour. We'll find out whether they think that the storm has weakened some and by how much. But it could still be a Category 2 at their next update, and by the sounds of what people are saying, and with it possibly strengthening again, I think that's probably what they're going to go with, at least 100 miles per hour. Kenneth thinks maybe still 105, so that would still make this just as big an event as it was 12 hours ago, and not forgetting that the earliest Category 2 landfall on the Pacific coast of Mexico was Carlota in 2012. And in this area it's pretty unprecedented for this time of year to get a stronger hurricane like this. Comments here. Thanks for keeping us updated on hurricanes and landfalls. It's our pleasure. Canadian says, I went to bed last night thinking we'd see a major hurricane. What's been stopping Agatha's eye from clearing? Is the operative word sheer, Kenneth, or is it more than that?
It's pretty much the only hindering factor that's really only shear. As explained it, yeah, that it's mainly the shear that makes it weakening, and it has to it's now had to re-establish and redevelop again. As currently now it is dropping very slow. It's slowly very dropping. It's ascending, making it more symmetric, but it's still the convection back to the west, but the strongest wind to the south. But the gale radius will extend large at the eastern side, which the eastern side of the storm. The eastern side of the storm is pretty much already now currently experiencing like gale force winds is pretty much extend all the way from here. The blue line, yeah, pretty much like half of the coast of Oaxaca is already receiving gale force winds or above.
We'll just stick some of the graphics from the various agencies and satellites here on this central page so everyone can see everything at the same time for a little bit. We like to move our graphics around quite a lot. And there is the earliest reasonable arrival time, tropical storm force winds, which is obviously very soon now. Indeed, it's happening in most of those areas. So this is Force 13 Live. Mexico, the southern province of Oaxaca, is bracing for Hurricane Agatha's landfall. Let's see if we can get a new estimate on when we expect landfall might be, but let me tell you, it's not an easy task, especially when we don't know exactly where the center of the storm is. But I think I've got a decent handle of it, and it's probably moved about 90 kilometers in the last 6 hours, which would make it 90 divided by 6, 15 kilometers per hour.
Yeah, that's a pretty decent.
And at that rate, I would expect landfall to occur near Bajo de Arenal in 5 hours. That's the latest extrapolation. It could be sooner than that if the storm is accelerating, as we think it might be, or at least we think it will. So, and that's actually based off old imagery too, or is it? No, it isn't actually, that's quite current. So about 5 hours until landfall from our best satellite estimates here. Let's see if there's some more comments and questions. Do we think Agatha will strengthen to a category 3 quickly before landfall? I don't think so.
Not really.
So either now.
Not really think so. The core is, well, the mid-level core is still pretty asymmetric and yeah, which leads to a pretty slow development rate. Although it is still category 2, the structure isn't the best to develop rapidly to category 3. So I doubt it.
Steady rainfall continuing at that webcam location there. It's hard to tell where exactly this storm will make landfall eventually, and just what its structure will look like when that happens. Going back to the visible imagery underneath that webcam there, visible is certainly showing the appearance of an eye,
Yeah.
which goes well
that's-
against what the infrared is showing, so
Yeah, the infrared doesn't look pretty good, but visible looks okay with the eye currently popping out, which also agrees with the observation of Recon is slowly developing. It is slowly redeveloping.
it's there all right. So the ice starting to appear there. I don't think that really means much. I think it's really starting to appear out of messiness more than anything, if it's possible to say that. Raphael just said drops on from the center of 979 and 976. Will it continue this rate or something similar, or will shear pick up shortly and disrupt it again? First of all, I'm guessing those pressures are right from the drop zones.
Yeah, the pretty much -1. The drop zone just 978 2 hours ago, and 975 half an hour ago. So with that suggests that it is pretty much still developing until landfall. Shear will not pick up until it after landfall. Like a few hours after landfall, the shear will only pick up, but not now. Right now, the shear is still rather low and favorable for gradual development.
So to the untrained eye, it would appear as though the storm is strengthening, and to the trained one quite possibly, with those pressures going down, the ice starting to emerge, and it's really happening very quickly in those latest frames. Whether that will continue, we'll have to see. But you know, I think a lot of people they'll be back looking at this storm very closely now that they're seeing an eye starting to come out. But the fact that we're seeing an eye on satellite, does that change anything?
Well, not really. Well, it just pop out and pretty nascent. It maybe get obstructed and it's still right. Well, and pretty much missile sectors show a very short period of time of the recent change of things, which, well, pretty much just only for appearance wise and for clearer explanation with high resolution, but pretty much not explaining too much if you seeing the entire trend for a few hours. Well, missile sector may not be the best thing that you'll be, well, you observe together with other kind of data.
Right, I see one or two people wanting to talk about the future in terms of what happens to this storm after it dies off. Well, why don't we take a little look at the GFS model? Why not? On Tropical Tidbits here, and you'll be able to see that there it is, Agatha. This is a new run from 12Z. It came out probably about an hour ago, certainly whilst we were on the air, so we may as well have a look at it. What does it do? Landfall there pretty quickly. They expect, in fact, GFS thinks that landfall won't be until 0Z, which is another 6 hours away, 7 hours away. That may well turn out to be correct. After that, where does it go? So there's no Agatha on the other side, that's quite clear to see. First of all, there's another little area of interest that tries to form in the same area in the Eastern Pacific and goes the wrong way and might make landfall in Guatemala. What is that about? But after that, here is the thing from part of Agatha's remnants that's suggested to become the next tropical cyclone. It could become a tropical storm. There it is over the Bahamas and moving out to sea, although it's looking very messy there. So 30%, 40% NEC might still be being a little bit generous there. But I thought I'd show that. Agatha, according to the GFS model, does not survive in any capacity in the Gulf of Mexico, and certainly doesn't retain its name. But right now, looking better and better on that satellite imagery, visible nonetheless, but the infrared not showing anything like that yet, but there it is on the visible, the ice starting to appear, quite something. Let's go back to the location camera. Things look to be clearing up a little bit there, actually. Might be in a little bit of a gap before the next band arrives. But obviously conditions still fairly inclement there. National Hurricane Center will update soon, within the next 40 minutes, although they might do it a little bit early, as they often do. And apparently Kenneth, Recon have finished.
Yeah, Recon already flying away and going back to United States.
And we've got to keep on top of all of our sources. Any news on microwave imagery? Anything new there?
Microwave, no recent past right now, but I can reiterate what just happened overnight and recently. So overnight, the core is very small overnight. The core is very small when it peaks, and it weakens overnight because of the westerly shear. You can see the microwave imagery at 0051 UTC. Alright. So the microwave suggests, and also satellite suggests, that the degrade in structure. Because of the westerly shear, you can see it really deteriorated somehow, and microwave agree that. And then afterwards, after midnight, it regenerates with the convection roping again at the center, and which microwave agreed with such an action. The convection roping again from the eastern side, now currently roping at the northwestern side, which a microwave estimate earlier at 80 to 85 knots, which agrees with along with the slow development recently. The microwave estimates and interpolated agrees with what Recon is saying right now, at 85 to 90 knots currently, and a pressure of 975 millibars.
It's quite fascinating, really, how it will have gained 11 millibars in pressure, but has only weakened 10 miles per hour, or even 5. And usually as storms persist, they start to get lower pressures, but then I guess that comes into how we've been seeing the storm shrink a little bit too. Does that play a factor in this instance?
Yes. My internet just went down when I was explaining.
No problem. Aiden says, how fast is Agatha moving over an hour?
Currently,
It's about 15 kilometers an hour.
13 to 15
Yeah.
kilometers an hour, which would be around 8 miles an hour.
You can see on the webcam now some winds starting to blow, and you can see those clouds moving fairly quickly. So definitely, you know, the real part of the storm is on its way to this location soon. The camera went off earlier, and it wasn't particularly bad weather when that happened either, so I have no idea how sturdy this webcam is going to be. But you can see how things are changing there, and they're in one or two little gaps in the clouds, and you can see it on the visible imagery, and I'll point them out where those gaps are that you might be seeing on the webcam. Somewhere, whoops, hope if I press the good, yeah, somewhere around here and here, moving through their little ripples of sky visible, and that's where the location is right now. Somewhere around here along the coast is where that webcam is in relation to the storm, so it's getting pretty close. And in those latest images, really starting to see that eye on the infrared, on the visible, but on the infrared there's it shows something completely different. It's a shame we don't have radar in this area though.
Yeah, that would be very useful to us right now.
Another question there, what is the ocean temperature where the storm is now? Still around 29 degrees Celsius, I believe. Maybe pushing 30.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, so we'll wait and see what the National Hurricane Center really think about this storm in about half an hour or less. You think there's no chance still stick at 110 like they have done for so long?
Well, based on the recon, that's pretty much lost. I say with around 10 millibar of pressure increase compared to the last recon passed a day ago, and with SFMR supporting not higher than 90, I don't see any standpoint standing at 95 knots or above and 975 millibars or less, or maybe slightly lower pressure right now. But no point that stand at 110. They have to, based on the recon data, and go at least 5 miles lower.
Alright, we're going to take a short break here at Force 13 HQ. We'll be back after this. This is Force 13 live. We're looking at Hurricane Agatha, which is still a Category 2 on the Saffir-Simpson hurricane wind scale, with winds of 110 miles per hour and a pressure of 964 millibars. That's the last official update, which is still valid until they issue another one. We know that the storm's pressure has gone higher since then, and the winds have probably gone down a little bit. But we are waiting for the National Hurricane Centre's next update for confirmation, and then we'll change all of our graphics over. We expect that we'll get that confirmation within the next 30 minutes, probably less. An eye becoming very apparent on the visible imagery on latest frames. It doesn't change much, we've known it's always been there, just that we can now see it a little bit more. My name is Nathan Foy. I'm joined once again by Christian, Joey and Kenneth. I think this is going to be my solid team today during this storm's landfall coverage. And the storm continues to edge closer to landfall, somewhere around 70 kilometers away now from actually making landfall. So team, anything else, anything new that you would like to discuss just now?
So I'll start first. So recently, you can see there's a visible eye popping out in this clearing, with new convection bursts at the northern side, as shown in the visible, and pretty much as well as in the infrared, it's also showing signs of new convection block. Which is a sign of it is still gradually developing. Well, pretty much all the way until landfall. Yeah, and it's becoming a bit more symmetric in infrared, I'll say, but just a little bit, but a bit of development already. Yeah, it is what that very recently happened based on the mesoscale satellite.
And there we are looking back at the webcam there, and it is getting windy now. You can see it there much more than previously. So it doesn't look like there's quite as much rain right now, but the wind is getting up at that location. That is near La Crucecita, which is around 85 kilometers from the eye of the storm. And this is something that we'll be crossing to regularly as we continue to go along this stream. The camera did go down for a brief time just before we started streaming today, so I don't know whether that might happen again. But this is basically our direct line to the front line with regards to this storm. It's very close to where we expect the storm to make landfall, and the eye might even pass over this location. Right now, looking at the giving a best estimate on how far the storm is to land. The closest point to land is at Mazunte, which is around 46 kilometers from the eye, but because it's moving on an angle, it won't be going there to the closest point of land. It will in fact end up somewhere near Bajo de Arenal, which is around 62 kilometers away from the storm right now. That's 40 miles nearly. So that gives you an idea of how close it's starting to get. And if it's moving around 15 kilometers per hour, that actually knocks us down to 4 hours until landfall, if this movement extrapolates. So the best guess right now is that we will see landfall at about, trying to think what local time is there, at around 4:30 p.m. local time near Bajo de Arenal, which is very close to just southwest of La Crucecita and near Huatuco National Park, near this webcam. So that gives you an idea on how close the storm is starting to get. Landfall will occur today. That's what we're here for. It will occur whilst we're streaming. We'll be here to catch everything as it happens. The next thing we're waiting for to happen, though, is the National Hurricane Centre's update. It's an intermediate advisory, so I expect that they might push it a little bit later, or be less early rather, but we'll see what happens. Some questions here from Sammy. Why do you think they didn't retire Agatha in 2010? For perspective, that was a tropical storm that, or was it a tropical storm or category 1? But it was a storm that caused terrible rain damage in 2010 in Central America. Was it further east? I can't remember now. I'm pretty sure Agatha in 2010 was further east.
Yeah, it's further east. That's tropical storm Agatha.
Oh,
45
yes.
miles.
It was just over the border in Guatemala, and it was a weak tropical storm, yeah. That was at the end of May too. And I guess, I don't know.
I think it was on last night's bulletin on this day as well.
Oh, yes, it was. A storm that should have been retired, for being honest. And I don't think we've ever had any tropical storms that failed to become hurricanes retired on the Pacific side.
Probably the reason why.
There's been 3 in the Atlantic, hasn't there? I think. And there we are again, the wind really picking up on that webcam right now. We're just watching it here. Conditions degrading. Back to that satellite imagery, and once again you can see that eye and cloud tops blowing over the northern edge now and possibly rounding her to the eastern edge. And when you look at this more, Kenneth, it gets more convincing actually when you look at this imagery. Infrared's not saying much, but when you look at visible, those cloud tops blowing up around the eye.
Yeah, especially in the northern side now, and the north and northeastern side, the convection generated. Even further, even there's a convection now in the western side. That's probably currently, well, it is currently near land. So the land-induced friction convergence can induce a further develop until landfall, where the land interaction will kill the storm. So it's probably still developing decently until landfall, where it has like a few hours left. Yeah.
So strengthening then, you would say, and I guess this means that would it
Advisory.
Oh.
Advisory.
Yeah, 105,974. 105,974.
So it remains a category 2, no changes to the
Yes.
warnings. The storm itself has weakened only a little to 105 miles per hour and 974 millibars. They might have gone lower if they didn't have evidence that the storm was strengthening again, but it is. They say in their headline, strong winds and heavy rain spreading inland across Oaxaca. The core of Agatha expected to reach the coast in a few hours. Don't think there's any extra information there that we don't already have. The next full advisory will be at 4 p.m. Central Daylight Time. And that means we've got to make a minor adjustment to our graphics, so I'm just working on that for a moment. So from their last advisory, the storm has gone down 5 miles per hour and up 10 millibars. Which
there's
is
probably some adjustment to structure because of the acceleration.
yeah, a kind of ratio you don't often see really when you look at storms weakening. You'll hear some dings now, which is me producing the new graphic, although things seem to be running quite slowly here. Let's go back to that webcam. Now it is once again clouding over again. To be honest, the the gaps in the cloud, they're going to end pretty soon at this location. Those noises are why my computer was glitching up just for a moment there. So sometimes it decides to eject one of my hard drives for no reason and plug it back in again, all on its own. Anyway, if you've got any comments or questions for us right here, we are here. If you have any concerns about a particular area along the coast, we can try and give you a little bit of a personalized forecast. If you know people in any of these areas, then hopefully we're doing a decent service to let you know how things are over there right now. And if you are in the warning zone or near the hurricane, then if it is safe to do so, please let us know how your conditions are. Sammy says, has the tropical storm force winds reached Mexico yet? They did indeed. I think they did last night.
They have been onshore for quite a while.
And those will continue. And then the hurricane force winds, they're still offshore. They'll reach land probably in about 3 hours time, the way it's going. So those who have just joined us, update from National Hurricane Center, Agatha down to 105 miles per hour, pressure is up to 974 millibars. This webcam here is at La Crucecita in Oaxaca, clouds rolling in from the right hand side. This camera is looking eastward, away from the hurricane. Yesterday there was still quite a lot of people out there on the beach and even wading into the water, whilst at the same time in the last 24 hours we've heard of the first fatality from this storm, from drowning. I assume that might be rip current related. And the rain is persistent, and I imagine that rain rate will start to increase fairly soon. Let's fade up the audio a little bit and see if we can hear them a little better. Mainly just the rain that's falling there. The wind again is quite calm. And there is that cloud moving in there, which certainly looks quite impressive and menacing. And that's where you'll get those higher rain rates. Our live coverage will continue for as long as necessary until the storm makes landfall. Let's go back to our full view and take some of these off and go back to Christian's view to show us the National Hurricane Center's cone.
Again, I'm not sure. Again, it says advisory 11 here. I'm not sure if I can.
You want 11A?
Yeah, I'll need 11A. I'm not sure if it's actually upload. Oh, what? I am trying to reload the page. It's not doing anything.
There it is.
Oh, here we go. Never mind.
See?
Right. So as you can see, all right. Maybe okay. I stand corrected. Basically, yeah. It's nearly there. I just want to double check something. If I go for the wind speed probabilities here, well, that's not what I'm after. What am I after? Not that. Excuse me. Whilst I try and dig around and find it, is it actually? I think it's this.
Oh.
Yeah, this is what I'm after, basically. So, yeah. So as you can see here, it's close to land, and again with tropical storm force winds, you've got them arriving at around 2 p.m. in Central Time, Central Daylight Time, I should clarify. I'm not sure what time it is over there right now.
It's currently a 1:45.
1:45. So those of you in this line and beyond, you've not got long to prepare for gale force
Oh
winds
yeah, I think we're
impacting
past
your
that now,
area.
aren't we?
Yeah, well, you should be all prepared and in your safe spots. And then the storm will continue gradually northward throughout the day. Around 8 p.m. Central Daylight Time, it will be up to here. By Tuesday 2 a.m., it'll be emerging into the Atlantic. And those of you on the eastern side of Mexico as well. Bear in mind, as of now, these chances are, whilst remaining slightly low, as the storm progresses northward, these chances will start to grow in confidence.
I'm just looking super closely as to how this storm has progressed against the National Hurricane Centre's last forecast, and I think it is pretty much right on it, so there's not really going to be any change to how things are coming along here. But as far as we can assess at the current movement, it's still about 4 hours until landfall. I've just noticed that we've actually got some heavier rain rates occurring in the core of the storm once again on the northern side, back up to 60 millimeters per hour, just off the coast of Preda Escondido actually, and no one or two people have mentioned there in the last few minutes, and actually at that location the rain rates are about to skyrocket. They're currently in 20 millimeters per hour. They could be in 30 to 35 millimeters per hour shortly. They're going to get slammed by a big rain band on the northern side of the storm. So are places near there, such as Blesas de Zicatela and Santa Elena El Tuli. Those locations will all get hammered by this rain band very soon, if not already. And that is the strongest band in the storm, at least according to our satellite-derived estimates, which of course aren't perfect. Back to the live webcam at La Crucecita. Rain rates are steady. There's still a little bit of brightness on the screen there. Let's turn it off for a moment and take a look back at the visible imagery. And there is the visible once again, showing that eye appearing and more convection really blowing up around the northern edges of the eye. And when you see that happening and you switch back to infrared, the infrared presentation might start to make a little bit more sense. Let's have a look. So there it is, and watch this loop. The eye is literally, those convective tops are blowing up all around it, so you can quite clearly tell where the eye is in that latest image. Let's just go back to that again, draw a big circle. That's where your eye is going to be. Let's take it off again. Let's just take the whole enhancement off, and that's where it is in relation to the map. Let's try and do, if I can remember the key combination for it. Nope, I can't. There's a I can't remember how to do distances. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. I'm still trying.
Right.
Oh,
whilst
there it is.
Nathan...
Hold on, we got it. Okay, right. So look at this. The edge of the eye, according to these latest estimates, just 20 miles off the coast. So, interesting. Christian, go ahead.
I was about to say, whilst you were struggling to figure out your software, once again, the summary of watches and warnings in effect has not changed. So, if you need a recap, that means that a hurricane warning is in effect for Salina Cruz to Lagunas de Chacagua. A hurricane watch is in effect for Salina Cruz eastward to Barra de Tonala. Tropical storm warnings are in effect for Salina Cruz eastward to Boca de Once again, I'm not going to try to pronounce that. Pihihihipian. I probably horribly butchered that.
Almost.
As well as Lagunas de Chacahua, westward to Punta Maldonado. So once again, those are the summary of watches and warnings in effect. There have been no changes since the previous advisory. So if you need a refresher, there you go.
Now my satellite imagery is broken. Ah, we've got it back. But whilst we've been looking at that, you can see once again the wind's getting up there at that webcam right now. This is live and you can see it rocking around. Rain rate's still somewhat slow and variable. Let's
Quite
see.
a bit of lightning going on in the near the eye of the hurricane now.
Yes, I've noticed that too on my application. We'll take a closer look at that soon. But let's get some more questions now. Any chance of a tornado? There's always a chance.
Yeah, normally when we get these tropical cyclones going on to land, there's always a chance that there could be 1 or 2 tornadoes. Not sure if we've seen that yet. If anyone has information on that, but
No.
yeah, no. But
Not particularly like
there's always a chance when tropical cyclones make that landfall that the outer bands could spawn tornadoes as it heads towards that.
And if you're looking for tornadoes, you'll want to check out the moderate risk in the northern United States today, mainly across Minnesota. I'm glad to be away from monitoring that today. It's not my field. Right, let's see what else we've got here. Aaron says, can you tell us newbies about the Recon data of a drop in speed but increase in millibar and what that might mean for the next couple of hours? Kenneth, I think that might be your department.
Okay, so for increasing winds, decreasing pressure, so when pressure decrease, that is a sign of intensification, as well as the winds will increase. That is pretty much a pretty empirical relationship between the pressure change regarding the winds. But that can also be exception that it can expand, which it did expand somewhat at the eastern side, but right now, given the recent satellite appearance, where you can see new convection curling around the eye in recent frame, which is also a sign intensification, especially is currently near land. As currently you can see the eye, a pretty nasty eye there, which is also a sign of development before landfall, which yeah, that's pretty much some simple ways you can see. When a storm pops up at night, it is pretty much, not absolutely, but pretty much developing. If an eye is popping out, convection, cooling is a sign of development, yes. Empirically, yes, pretty much so. And by weakening, you see the eye being filled up, or the or the overcast, we'll say, that warms up. That was called or the convection being banked towards one side towards the center. That will be a sign of a weaker system. But currently, you can see the structure is still pretty complete, which suggests that it is a pretty significant Category 2 system.
Sammy says the National Hurricane Center is giving this a 50% chance in the next 5 days to reform in the Atlantic Basin. Do you agree with this? Well, first of all, it is still 40%. They haven't raised it to 50 yet. And secondly, I think they're being a bit too generous, but I don't know what my team think.
I don't even want to say anything about that.
Well, I said this before, but they're not directly linking the AOI to Agatha's remnants. It's a broader area of low pressure that Agatha's remnants comes into contact with, that they're giving that formation chance to. So when it comes to Agatha reforming and keeping its name in the Gulf of Mexico, in my personal opinion, I think that's a near 0% chance to happening.
Yeah, I'm gonna incline agree with that again because Agatha's cone right now has it not, let's just say it has it becoming post-tropical over Mexico, and there's no extension of the cone into the Atlantic at all. So it's not, it shouldn't reform.
They've been wrong before, though.
I mean, if they have been wrong before, then they have been wrong before. There's nothing I can do to change that. But what I would typically think is that have the cone extending into the Atlantic at some point, but they don't. So personally, what I think is that the storm's going to die off, and then it might reform, and then it might have an Atlantic designation.
Interesting. And apologies to Sammy there, you did correct yourself to say 40%. How big is Hurricane Agatha's eye? That's a good question. Eye's starting to appear on infrared, by the way, but yeah.
There's the Recon data, so let's use the Recon data to interpret it. Based on the vortex data message, the latest one, the eye is currently spiral with 30 miles in diameter.
Wow. Let's look back at the infrared imagery, and you'll start to see the eye appearing here now. So that is a change and a development there, and it's starting to more resemble the visible imagery that we've been looking at. So it's starting to look the part on the infrared now as well. Kenneth, is this a sure sign of strengthening?
Yes, it's currently because it is currently near land, so there's some frictional convergence that there's some new convection generated at the northern side, which facilitate this strengthening before landfall.
All right. Well, at this point, we're going to finish up for this hour again, and we're going to take a little break here at Force 13. We'll be back again with more on this at the top of the hour in just a couple of minutes. Stay tuned. We'll be covering this storm right up until landfall. Live coverage will continue in a moment. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. In front of us, Hurricane Agatha is holding strong at Category 2 intensity with wind speeds of 105 miles per hour and a central pressure of 974 millibars, and is deepening again according to latest Recon passes and the National Hurricane Center's forecast update. Landfall is expected probably in about 4 hours. That was our last calculation, and I'm sure we'll be calculating it again this hour to see how much closer it's getting to land. On visible, an eye has become apparent, and on infrared it's starting to show itself too. So an indication that this storm may in fact be strengthening again, and maybe that outside chance that it may go beyond its first peak. But at the moment it is still a Category 2, and from the National Hurricane Center's numbers has weakened slightly by 5 miles per hour as opposed to their last update, although previously, their previous update, they were probably quite a bit higher than what the storm's strength actually was. Let's look at the live location cam, and you can take a look here. This is what it looks like in... I always forget where it is. In La Crucecita, which is approximately 60 kilometers from the eye of the storm. And as you can see, it's heavy rain there once again. They're in some more cloudy areas. And if we turn the volume up, you can hear every single raindrop in real time, if that's your kind of thing. The camera did go down for a brief period before we started streaming today. I think it's very fortunate that it's back up again. We've seen people mostly behaving. There have been an odd 1 or 2 people on the beach. And there may be someone down there again now. There's something down there. Not the wisest thing to do. Hurricane warning, tropical storm force winds could be occurring at this location. Certainly tropical storm force gusts from what we've seen earlier. And the center of the hurricane could pass over this location fairly soon, in about 6 hours. So hopefully people have prepared at that location, and obviously we'll keep that camera rolling. Live in the studio right now, my name is Nathan Foy, and I'm joined once again for another hour of coverage by Christian, Joey, and Kenneth. Good evening to all of you, and Kenneth pulling in a late one over there in Hong Kong tonight. Monitoring this storm with us. Yeah, so Agatha down to 105 miles per hour from the NHC. That's pretty much what we expected. Where do we go from here though? Kenneth, you look at the satellite imagery, it's showing potential signs of strengthening. Are you concerned that this could make a run for Category 3 status after all?
The 3 hour left, and the time is running short for it to go 10 miles higher in just 2 to 3 hours, given that its overall structure isn't the best for rapid development anymore. But still gradual development will be expected. Well, depends on what surface observation will say, and we can make adjustment in post analysis because there's quite a few surface observation and storm and one storm chase near the eye area for direct observation for direct analysis. So let me just, I hope I can share screen again without the internet dropping. So there are something simple I've sketched. So the pink dot currently is the center locate. The pink dot here is the center location. Right now, I mean here. So this is a approximate center location, and the red circle I draw is the approximate hurricane force winds condition, and the red line is the coastline where hurricane force wind is pretty much already affecting the coast. The red line is where the hurricane force winds is likely, and where when you can see the circle already intersect with the coastline. That means hurricane force winds are already maybe affecting some areas of the southern coast of Oaxaca, Mexico, and with the yellow areas, the possible gale condition, receiving possible gale or storm force winds conditions, which is standard up to 150 kilometers up center, while the hurricane force wind is around 40 to 50 kilometers extended from the center, with the radius of maximum winds approximately 20 kilometers. So currently, Agatha is currently at 15.4 degrees north, 96.9 degrees west, with winds of 105 miles per hour, pressure of 974 millibars. The rainfall forecast is maximum at 500 millimeters and exceed forecast in isolated areas of Oaxaca. Storm surge is pretty much based on the intensity around 2 to 5 meters or 78 feet. Expected landfall locations time in Oaxaca, Mexico, and around 2 to 3 hours. Currently, CDPS Stage 5 devastating damage is expected. Current precautions has the prevention measures have been completed. Now, damaging gale force wind strongest, which is already affecting the coast of Oaxaca, 150 kilometers across away from center, and imminently the winds will rapidly increase, especially the areas I've just sketched, the red areas. The winds will exponentially increase as it approaches the eye wall. Winds of at least 165 kilometers per hour with high gusts are expected to impact the nearby landfalling areas. These are very high to phenomenal waves. That means waves exceeding 9 meters up to like 14, 15 meters. Rough seas and swells. Please stay away from the coast. Don't stay on the beach, and stop all water activities. It is currently the coastline condition is very bad and dangerous, so stay away. For low-lying areas, it is already too late to evacuate. Please evacuate to higher elevations if you're still somewhere inland where you have still some time. If you're not direct at the coast, you are a few hours inland, then evacuate to higher elevations now, because water level rise due to torrential rain and storm surges will cause serious flooding. Huge rainfall will also cause extensive landslide that buries structures, which imposes threat to your life. For outdoor, if you're in outdoor, please find a safe place now. For those who are under warning, find a safe place now. Go back to indoor and remain there until the danger is over. Stay away from the coast again, and stop all water activities. Do not stand near trees and wire posts, as well as do not touch fallen electrical wires, as they are vulnerable to strong winds and can impose life danger. For in indoor areas, stay indoor. Do not stand near windy or exposed to windows. Debris brought by rain and winds will easily break them. And please stay in the very interior area of your house. Lock all windows and doors, and insert reinforced shutters and gates if they are available to strengthen the structure. Adhesive tape fixed to large windows panes in exposed position will reduce damage and injury by broken glass. Also, it's around 2 to 3 hours near landfall. So here's the precaution during the eye passage. When the eye passes over you, winds will be calm, lasting from a few minutes up to an hour. However, do not be caught off guard from the momentary calm winds, as violent winds from the back vortex from the other side of the eye wall winds also up to like 150 kilometers with higher gusts will resume from a different direction, which the places previously sheltered from the winds will likely become exposed. Members of the public should remain on high alert. And after the passage of it, considerable damage was already done to the land. There may be a hidden danger. So, members of the public should also remain on the alert of the assurance of passenger safety. Continued rainfall, possibly to range, is very likely for a few days because of the mountainous terrain, which induce the torrential rainfall and convection and thunderstorms. So please remain on high alert for the threat of flooding and landslide, particularly if you're living in low-lying areas or coastal areas, or if you're living near mountains and slopes. Again, please stay indoors until conditions becomes perfectly calm after a day.
Thank you for that, Kenneth. We're just looking at various different types of imagery once again here. There's another different type there of visible imagery that we've been looking at several of these throughout the course of today. The eye still quite apparent on that visible. Fascinating, and still a very impressive storm that could be yet still intensifying, maybe. Joey, I think you're wanting to show us something, or at least an image.
So this is a recent microwave pass that came through. Clearly, it was very, very recent actually, which clearly shows that the core of the system definitely seems to be getting its act back together as it approaches land. And definitely we could be seeing the system strengthening by quite a bit during the last few moments before making landfall. So definitely the situation hasn't been any less dire than it was yesterday, even though the system was weakening just a bit ago. But this new microwave imagery, which came through which was scanned only about 30 minutes ago, so very, very recent, definitely showing that the Agatha may be strengthening.
An area, a time here of quite big anxiety, I suppose, as the storm draws nearer to land. Looks to be intensifying once again. A question there as we...
Yeah, it is.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's I've now seen the recent GMI pass, and it really improved it considerably. I mean, can you share it as well? I see the mid-level pass for GMI 89, and the low level you can see it already rolled fully, and it has a complete lower level full structure with a roping northern side in the mid-level structure as shown in this microwave pass.
Yeah, just a bit ago as well, the low level structure was absolutely horrible. That was only a couple of hours ago. So this definitely got its act back together quite quick.
We have a few questions whilst we look back at this imagery from La Crucecita, which is under the gun of this storm, although it appears to have stopped raining for a bit. Is it possible for hurricanes to have lightning? It certainly is.
Yeah. For new generate convection blobs, for tropical storms, they can have lightning. Like for this, in this case, the convection blob near eye wall can generate lightning, and if the lightning is extensive, or even if lightning exists at the eye wall, quite a few, that means the eye wall is developing, the eye is deepening. That is a sign of intensification.
Just trying to catch up with where we are with the questions right now, because a lot of them have slipped by. If you do have anything that you would like to ask us whilst we're on the air, do send us a message, Force 13 all in text. We are here until Agatha makes landfall. It is still a Category 2 and is still a potentially very dangerous storm. We expect that landfall will be... You're saying 2 to 3 hours now, Kenneth, I saw.
Yeah, 2 to 3 hours.
That's interesting. I still think it might be just a little bit longer, but we'll see. It's a close one. If the storm reaches Category 3, says TF2 Obser, which I know is still only a possibility, what would you say its peak would be? Well, we can't say that it would be more than 115 miles an hour, can we?
Yeah, that's pretty much the time is running over. 110 to 115 is already the top. It already topping before landfall.
Another question about will it make landfall in daylight? I think it will still be daylight.
Yeah, probably still daylight because the sunset is like 12. No. 0001C, 01 UTC. Yeah. It's still like 6 hours until sunset local.
A lot of wind noise there, Kenneth. Are you in the hurricane too?
No, that's just my air condition.
I thought for a moment there was a big thunderclap at the webcam location. All right, more questions here. What is the CDPS for the storm right now? Got any updates on that?
Currently, it is still a 5.
It's still at stage 5. Devastating damage is expected.
Yep. And just wondering if there's any, if that other Recon aircraft is coming. Well, I heard about it. I don't know if it actually is.
No. The Til-72 AF-303 already left and back to United States, and there will no longer have Recon for Agatha.
Ah, so no more Recon
So that's
planes.
all for all Recon plans. And all we now can rely on surface observation, which will be useful around 2 hours later.
Jeff Rowley is asking me... Huh?
Yes.
Jeff Rowley is asking me, have I ever ridden out a hurricane on a vacation or other places besides the UK? No, not yet. That'll happen one day. Probably next year. I'll probably go out in the field a little bit. There was a question there that didn't ping us, but I think is actually interesting. Whether the National Hurricane Centre will upgrade Agatha to a Category 3 in post-analysis. Was there any evidence for it?
No. No, for yesterday's peak, no. That Recon, based on the standard conversion, no. Pretty much is solid at 110 miles per hour. But where at landfall, where the surface observation was supported, we don't know yet.
And any developments in the Atlantic right now? Just a quick look. Well, I don't think we'll be looking there, but there's not much going on in the Atlantic. It really all comes down to what happens with Agatha. The Atlantic is dependent on Agatha right now. But right now we're left with somewhat of a relative calmness there in Mexico, although it does look like the tide at least is further in than what I've seen recently, whether that's just the tide, normal tide, or whether it's a storm surge. But we certainly expect to see things get more crazy at this location soon. Maybe about 1 or 2 hours probably until that starts to happen here. Let me just have a little look on the rain rates. Rain rates are actually, fairly stable in this area. This webcam once again is at La Crucecita, and that is approximately well, I'm struggling now to try and figure out exactly how far away it is from the eye of the storm. It's about 93 kilometers from the eye of the storm. But it's getting closer. Let's take another look back at the satellite imagery. This is the visible once again of this storm progressing. If you follow the eye alone, it would look like the storm has stalled a little bit, but I doubt that's the case. I think it's still moving decently towards the northeast. It'd be very bad news if it stalled right now.
I don't think it's currently stalled. It's still moving at a steady pace of 15 kilometers per hour northeast. There may be some position wobbling because of the convection burst, but the center itself, well, it is moving steadily.
And those cloud tops on the northern side still reaching minus 80 plus, and some of that is actually over land now, Kenneth. So especially with that latest convection burst that you see at the end of that loop, you'll see it even better on this imagery, hopefully. You will see that big burst at the end. Where is it?
Yeah,
that is the
big
burst there. Yeah.
Yeah, the burst merged with the western one. That the strong convections currently cover like half of the quadrants. It's indeed looking a bit more healthy based on the microwave and visible paths. Actually, infrared improved a little bit. Yeah.
You can see
But
that
infrared
burst
is
a little
looking
bit better on this imagery. The coast of Mexico comes in somewhere around here and back up that way. So, yeah, not too far from land. I might have drawn that line a little bit too far. Yes, I've driven it a lot too far south. It's actually closer to here. That's where the land is right now. So, you know, it's getting closer towards landfall, although on the latest imagery there, I don't know, I'm trying to figure out again what's happening on the eastern side. It's starting to look a little bit messy again, but certainly blowing up all of that convection on the northern side, and on the west there's quite a bit there too. Another question there, do you think that Alex will be wrong way Lenny too? What? No. I mean, Agatha's a bit of a wrong way. Do you think possibly Agatha's eye will clear, kind of like Cyclone Gombe prior to landfall? It has to an extent so far. I mean, you're seeing it right here. I'm guessing you mean more. And we don't know yet. I think it could a little bit more. Back to that webcam, and you can see it's raining again. It's quite bright in the distance. Quite clearly clouds are above the location, and they're really getting rained on. So they are still seeing a few gaps in the clouds as the hurricane draws ever closer to them, and the wind gusting once again. Alright. Kenneth, you've got another microwave image?
The microwave image will still be the one S1747C, the GMI one. But if you want me to reiterate what that implies, sure.
Well, you've not shown us the one that you posted 10 minutes ago in our room.
Alright, let me...
That might be a good one to show.
Maybe let's share it again. 1, 2, 3. So, of course, we have to along with this. So
Yep.
you can see.
That was the one we already saw.
Yeah, you can.
And there's another one.
Yeah, you can see the eyes you can see the eye is complete at the lower level. You can see it is complete at all quadrants, strong at the southern side, which also agree the why the SFMR had higher winds at 90 knots at the southern quadrants. Actually, it explained the why Recon found stronger at the southern quadrant. You can see the deeper brown color at the southern side, which does means stronger winds. Which this time at Recon it agrees that at the southern side it has stronger winds, while having weaker winds at the northern side. Well, and it has a mature structure as the eye was complete. Well, in the mid-level it is not as impressive, but also pretty decent in appearance. So at the northern side, you can see the convection is dropping, the black color at the northern side, which suggests the recent convection blob in visible and infrared imagery. Recently, the blast is associated. You can see the black one, that those are associated. I also explained why the flight level, which is the higher level, had the higher winds than the southern side, because you can see the northern side being better in higher levels than the southern side. While at the southern side, the lower level at the southern side is actually stronger than the northern side. The stronger at the northern side are only limited at the higher levels. But overall in the structure, you see the eye is really becoming more clear than the previous mercury passes, and overall it is having a last resort by frictional convergence and other favorable conditions, and it is making a final resort in this final 2.5 hours around.
We'll be back with more coverage in a moment, and it looks like there's a storm there now on the coast of Mexico, at least where that webcam is. We'll be back to observe that some more in just a minute. This is Force 13 Live, and we're looking at Hurricane Agatha, which is still a Category 2, 105 mile per hour storm with a central pressure of 974 millibars. A live view here from this location, once again, La Crucecita, which is in Oaxaca and is approximately 80 kilometers away from the center of the hurricane. A major event unfolding here with a Category 2 hurricane landfall expected in the next 3 hours, possibly less. National Hurricane Center won't update again until 4 p.m. Central Time. But in the meantime, we've really got this to look at. The Recon have been in and out of the storm, and apparently they're finished now for the duration of the storm now. And we're really left with this camera and our satellite imagery, which is still showing the eye feature. And we're also left with our team once again, which we have obviously me in the studio. My name is Nathan Foy, and I'm joined by Christian, Joey, and Kenneth. Christian's got the National Hurricane Center graphic up there, and I wonder whether you might want to talk about the key messages with us right now.
Okay, just give me one moment to load them up, and then I'll be right with you. Okay, so I just gotta make sure it still says advisory 11. I'm pretty sure this is the same for 11 and 11A.
Yeah, they only do it on the full advisories.
Yeah, so we'll start off with message 1. Extremely dangerous coastal flooding from storm surge, accompanied by large and destructive waves, is expected near and to the east of where Agatha makes landfall. Number 2, life-threatening hurricane-force winds are expected in portions of the hurricane warning area in Oaxaca, Mexico, this afternoon and continuing throughout this evening. Tropical storm conditions have already begun along the coast of Oaxaca and will spread eastward within the warning area throughout tonight. As well as heavy rains associated with Agatha will continue over portions of southern Mexico through Tuesday. This will pose a threat of life-threatening flash flooding and mudslides.
Yeah, and that is going to be a massive threat from those heavy rains during this storm. I think it's always been quite apparent that it's this vulnerable part of Mexico that even when you get tropical storm landfalls, you can receive serious impacts from flooding and from landslides.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's gotten a lot darker at this webcam location, so I think things are starting to really get inclement at this location, with the storm really closing in on its last 50 miles before it gets to this particular camera.
Okay, how far away is it from the coast?
From the coast anywhere, it's only about 25 miles, I think.
So, and yeah, like the key messages say, the tropical storm conditions will spread eastwards throughout the day.
Satellite imagery is showing that convection is blowing up again around the center of the storm, and so we're not seeing the eye as much. It's clouding over most of the eye, and you'll see that on the visible as well here. There it is. You'll see that convection really blowing up, and the eye has sort of been squeezed eastward, but there's more under there. And once again, you're getting the impression there of a northeastward or even east-northeastward movement, but I think that's northeastward there. And it's going to eventually result in a landfall fairly soon. Kenneth thinks within 3 hours. I think it still might be around 4 the way it's going. Questions about sea surface temperatures once again. It's never been an issue. 29 to 30 degrees Celsius sea surface temperatures up to land, I believe. And is this going to become Alex? No.
No.
It can't become Alex because it would still be called Agatha if it survived into the Atlantic as a storm.
So yeah, that's not looking likely. If it were to become that name, it would have to completely die off, and then a new system would have to come out. Otherwise, if it stayed alive throughout, it would keep its name Agatha.
Now you can see the clouds here on the visible imagery and how bright they are. They've been getting brighter throughout the day, obviously, when you get the higher sun angle. So the sun is pretty much at its peak height in the sky, and we look at the location cam right now. Well, it was looking dark earlier. It's starting to brighten up a little bit again. That cloud is retreating, but that showed, well, there it's changing a lot, the camera, but when you're under those clouds, it can get pretty dark. And at one point earlier, we saw visibility was way down. You're seeing wind a little bit here and there. We've not seen anything huge yet. The tide is in, whether that's tide or whether it's storm surge, could be a mix of the two. And you can hear in the background actually winds howling almost. Let's listen carefully. So you can hear quite a bit of that going on. But when you look at the trees there, there's not actually that much shaking on the trees, but you can hear all of that wind, so I'm not sure what exactly is going on there. Has Hurricane Agatha gone through an eyewall replacement cycle? Good question. Kenneth, has it? Joey, has it?
No, there's been no evidence of there being an eye replacement cycle throughout its life essentially. The reason why it weakened yesterday was due to wind shear, which completely disheveled its low-level structure, that leading to some form of weakening. But now it has been able to regain that structure and seems to be strengthening just a little bit more currently.
Damn. Not good.
Not good at all.
And that sort of answers the question, is Agatha going to re-strengthen before landfall? It is currently doing that. Can it become a category 3? It could. I don't think any of us would want to say that it will, but it is heading in that direction just now. Still listening to this camera, and a lot of rain falling. You can hear the wind timing again, although you can't really see the effects of the wind. Let's go to our satellite wall, and you can see all of those views there with the storm continuing northeastwards, looking at the wider picture. It's quite easy to get carried away with all the close-ups, but here are the wider shots, and the storm's big convection there moving over land now, so the eye can't be that far behind. But let's go back to the camera. It seems to be much more interesting right now. Certainly getting rather dark there, and lots of rain falling.
Those waves are coming a lot more up the shore now as well.
That might just be the tide coming in. It could be a mixture of both storm surge and the tide, but we'll have to wait and see.
Let's see if I can find out. Just having a little look. High tide today at this location will be at 3:55 p.m. local time, which is pretty much when the storm makes landfall.
That's not good.
Oh,
That's all.
that is not good at all, no. So we've got the storm surge combined with high tide.
Yeah, that adds an extra nearly a meter.
Not good.
And you can hear the wind now. It's really starting to pipe up more than I've seen in a good while since before we came on air. So
I also have to add that it is the first day or second day of the lunar month. The high tide will be especially high. And in addition to the storm surge torrential rainfall, it will cause extra flooding, like 2.5 to 3 meters, I expect.
Yep, definitely a concern with that storm surge for places like this on the coast, but inland possibly even worse with those extremely high rain rates and rain amounts. And we're expecting 200 millimeters quite largely across the inland areas, and some areas possibly up and above 300 millimeters of rain. Our coverage continues up until the storm makes landfall. Hurricane Agatha is offshore, still by a short distance, a decent distance though. And I'm trying to find my bearings, to be honest, as to how far it is from landfall. I'm struggling right now, Kenneth. What position would you give it if you could pick a position right now?
Oh, so I to pick a position. The image. So it's like 15 point. Let me see. I'll say 15 point. You say the center fix, right?
Yeah.
15.5 north. 96.8 west.
Ooh. That would put it just 23 kilometers offshore.
Kilometers?
Yeah, and if it's moving northeast or even east-northeast, that would make it 35 kilometers from landfall at most. And that would mean if it's moving at 15 kilometers per hour, then that's 2 hours until landfall, according to you. That's pretty crazy. A few comments there as well. If it becomes a Category 3, could the National Hurricane Center produce an early update? They might, but they don't really do it here. Someone might shout NHC bias, but they tend to do that a lot more with US storms. Bonnie says, thanks for doing this. It's a pleasure. It's surreal in Puerto Escondido, which is where they are. Feels like a normal rainy day right now. Very little wind and consistent rain. Well, I did see the rain chart earlier showing that you might have been in for an enormous amount of rain rate in the last hour or two. So I assume it's not gone particularly noticed at that location. But you see at this location conditions getting increasingly hostile with the wind starting to blow more, and you can see how quickly those clouds are moving. So this is going to be a place to watch. I'm somewhat surprised the camera's still up, to be honest, because they tend to be rather delicate things during these storms, especially ones that aren't designed to be there during hurricanes. And someone saying, is that the eye? No, it is not the eye. I can show you the eye though, and the eye is here. There is the eye right now, and it is still persisting on visible satellite imagery and not looking too bad either. But it is still a shallow eye, and I imagine that's now going to be the case until landfall. I don't think it will deepen much more, but it still might deepen a bit, and whether it's enough to reach Category 3, it's going to be close, I think. More comments there. What was the deadliest tropical cyclone in this region for Mexico? Now you're asking. I can't really remember going back in history. Something I'll have to look for later on. What are the chances of a Category 4? I think that is out of the question now. I think we can quite
Yeah,
safely
no.
say.
Yep.
Not happening.
And there is a 40% chance of development near Florida. Can you check it out? We're still looking at this right now. Agatha is quite easily the more important story, but the Tropical Weather Bulletin tonight will have all of your worldwide tropical needs covered. And once again, this camera is located at La Crucecita in Oaxaca, Mexico, pointing eastwards away from the hurricane. So you won't be seeing an eye on this camera until after landfall. So if you think you're seeing an eye prior to landfall, you're definitely not. But things are getting very gusty there at this location now.
I just want to point out, I do believe the International Space Station did pass over the hurricane. I'm trying to find imagery of that now.
Oh. If you're just joining us, Hurricane Agatha is still a 105 mile per hour hurricane. It is still a Category 2, powerful, has the potential to deliver those strong winds to the coast. 100 mile per hour winds with higher gusts, 160 kilometers per hour that is. Central pressure right now 974 millibars. And deepening a little bit, so this could be even stronger when it makes landfall if it's continuing to intensify up until then. We don't really know. Recon have left the storm. There's going to be no more reconnaissance flights. We have no radar at this location either, so we're really left to our own devices with observations from the ground and with what we can see on satellite. Latest satellite imagery suggesting that the storm is about 2 hours or less from making landfall. We expect that the landfall location will be anywhere from Mazunte to La Crucecita, which is where this camera is. It will still be daylight whilst the landfall occurs. It may already look like it's getting dark at this location, but it's still only getting towards 2 PM, so the sun is near its highest height. Goes to show how much cloud cover there is. Another question there, what effect will this have in Tulum? And that is on the Yucatan Peninsula, near the, not too far from, well, in between Cancun and the border with Belize. It will be the remnants of this storm that you'll be looking out for over the Yucatan Peninsula, the whole region. You'll be having a lot of remnant rain, which could also accumulate to 200 millimeters or higher over the course of the next 7 days. You won't get strong winds. Those will start to appear possibly over western Cuba later this week and develop maybe into a tropical cyclone near the Bahamas or further out to sea. A question there, which might be an interesting one to answer. So Recon is not there anymore. Even if this becomes a Category 3, National Hurricane Center will not recognize it, question mark. Kenneth, what do you think? What would have to convince the National Hurricane Center of a Category 3 if it happens?
Well, if you have a relationship of 105,974, you need an observations that found at least 965 to convince the National Hurricane Center, or maybe even lower needs to, because there are no because there are no objective satellite estimates that currently supports a Category 3 status, such that that's why you need a really rigorous direct observation evidence to get a Category 3 without anything but just pressure observation. Or if you are fortunate enough, winds. And that's it.
Let's report again on the latest information for Agatha. A hurricane warning remains in effect for Salina Cruz to Laguna de Chicagua. Hurricane watch for Salina Cruz eastward to Barra de Tonala. A tropical storm warning for Salina Cruz eastward to Boca de Pijijiapan. And Laguna de Chicagua westward to Punta Maldonado. At 1 p.m, the center of Agatha was located at 15.4 north, 96.9 west. What did you say earlier, Kenneth?
Regarding...
Oh, you said 96.8, didn't you?
Yeah, 96.8.
Moving to the northeast near 8 miles per hour, and this general motion is expected to continue through Tuesday. And they're expecting landfall within the next few hours. Should mention that earlier an observation in Preda Angel recently reported a wind gust of 40 miles per hour. Hurricane force winds extend outwards up to 15 miles. Tropical storm force winds extend outwards up to 90 miles. As we look back onto the camera again, as you can see, things still looking fairly drab there and getting worse. Storm surge expected to produce extremely dangerous coastal flooding in areas of onshore winds near and to the east of where the center of Agatha makes landfall. Near the coast, the surge will be accompanied by large and destructive waves. Hurricane conditions expected in the hurricane warning zone, obviously pretty much right now, and tropical storm conditions are occurring along the coast of Oaxaca and will spread eastward within the warning area through tonight. Heavy rainfall for Oaxaca, 10 to 16 inches with isolated maximums of 20. In Chiapas, 5 to 10 inches with isolated maximums of 15 inches possible. In Veracruz, Tabasco, and eastern portions of Guerrero, 2 to 4 inches with isolated maximums of 6. And we're expecting surf, of course. Large swells generated by Agatha will affect the coast of southern Mexico during the next day. These swells are likely to cause life-threatening surf and rip current conditions. Please consult products from your local weather office. Coming up to the end of the hour here, in 2 more hours we'll have another update, the full update from the National Hurricane Center. I imagine we'll still be here for that, and it may well be a landfall update if the storm makes it quick. I don't know whether it will or not. My sneaky suspicion is that it will still be just offshore before the National Hurricane Center update. Some more questions here quickly. Well, just one actually. Well, I'm not really sure I understand the question, whether it will weaken into a tropical depression. I mean, that's what happens when they make landfall. It definitely will weaken to a tropical depression. And just another one there. Is there a chance Agatha doesn't cross over to the Atlantic and drops back into the Eastern Pacific? No, there's a chance it does neither and stays over land the whole time and completely dies.
I should point out we are now joined by Xavier.
Yes, but he's picked a wrong time for it because we're about to go to a break. This happened last time. Xavier joined 5 minutes before the end of our stream last night, but this time he'll be here for a lot longer, I think. And I think that's pretty much everything for now. We'll be back in a moment as we continue to watch that webcam there in Oaxaca. The hurricane is drawing nearer. Stay tuned. I think there's going to be a lot more to come on this one in the next few hours. Our live coverage will continue in a moment. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. This is Force 13 Live. We're looking at the scene along the coast of Mexico in Oaxaca, specifically at La Crucecita, where the rain rate is continuing to steadily increase and the winds continue to steadily get stronger as the hurricane approaches. It is a Category 2 on the Saffir-Simpson hurricane wind scale with 105 mph winds and a pressure of 974 millibars. National Hurricane Center will update again in 2 hours. Back in the studio, my name is Nathan Foy here right now, and we'll have all of the updates from the studio and from our team. Oh, the music ended, never mind. We have Christian, Joey and Kenneth with us right now for even more discussion, as has been the case over the last few hours, and I think we're doing a pretty decent job of it so far. The storm continues to approach land. Exactly how long will it be until it's... Oh dear, it started again. How long will it be until it makes landfall? Let's see what they think now. Kenneth, I think you've been most on the ball with this. Losing track of time myself. You said 2 to 3 hours last time. That was about... must be nearly an hour ago now. Is it still making progress?
It's still making some progress and visible, and well, infrared more or less the same, but yeah, but overall also slight the development due to frictional convergence. 1.5 to 2 hours before landfall right now. Well, it still have like an hour window before land interaction takes place and lead to the weakening. So right now it's 105 miles per hour with higher gusts. And it's making slight progress still. Yeah, you can see a recent microwave dropping at the north, and is currently doing similar work still, as shown in this missile sector visible loop. You can see the conversion's dropping pretty decently now. The cloud chops, but in infrared right now. Let's go with infrared. Although less impressive, it remains pretty intense right now. Currently, let's go with some surface observations. So some anemometers in Samo sector level D, but Toko, hope I get the pronunciation correct. High gust of 34 knots at half an hour ago. Wind still intensifying. Barometer pressure 1002.6 millibars, falling slowly, and the pressure is expected to fall more drastically afterward as the eye wall kicks in.
Now, we were also going to be joined by Xavier earlier, but we've all come to realize that there's a situation going on in the United States trying to steal the weather again, with tornado warnings and all kinds of tornadic activity across South Dakota right now, and extending into Minnesota probably soon. So I think he's getting set up for a US stream, if anyone's interested in that side of things. But here we're obviously sticking 100% with Hurricane Agatha, as it continues to descend upon the coast of Mexico. Let's turn this off for a moment and take a look at the latest satellite imagery. Kenneth was describing it in words a few moments ago. Here is the visible imagery, and the storm's eye still remains very present after it first appeared a few hours ago. But is it still present on infrared? Let's see how that's been happening. And you can see the rotation where the eye ought to be, but you can't really see the eye when you look at that. Certainly not as much clarity as you can with the visible. Let's look at mid-level water vapor, and that tells us nothing. So I don't think anything will really tell us more than that on the infrared. Here's another little look. Yeah, well, little bits here and there, but no, nothing like what we can get on the visible channels. Here's one of them. This is one we'll probably be using later on. That's a lesser quality. Here's another one, which shows you a different kind of visible imagery. There you get, once again, you can see that eye quite clearly. And back to the one that we've been using most commonly, the highest resolution version. Showing you how that's been progressing there, and that movement still to the northeast. Difficult to get an actual read on exactly where the storm is right now, or the eye, the centre of the eye, and how close it might be to land. But I would say that the eye, Kenneth, must only the edge of the eye must only be about 10 kilometers offshore now, right?
10?
And
I'm getting 20. I'm getting 20 kilometers closest offshore and 25 from the projected level side.
Okay, interesting.
So the worst conditions already coming, like 25 kilometers. Based on Recon, the radius of maximum winds at the northeastern side, the radius is estimated to be around 20 kilometers. So the northeast eye wall is pretty much very close to the shore.
Okay. One or two people suggesting that it looks like it's having an eye wall replacement cycle. I don't think that's true.
Stop it,
no.
stop it, no, stop it.
And if anyone does have any comments or questions for us during our stream, we're happy to take your queries. Just checking rain rates again, and yeah, I can tell you areas around Mazunte particularly, and just west of there, in between there and Predo Escondido, is going to be getting extremely high rain rates now or very soon. Already getting some very high amounts. What went through La Crucecita before was probably around 25 millimeters per hour rain rates. What's just moved away now. And then the next part of the storm will be coming in about an hour, and that, I think that would then be the main core. So if the webcam here is still running in about an hour's time, you'll probably see some of the worst of the storm start to appear in reality down on the ground here. This webcam from La Crucecita looking eastward, away from the hurricane. Let's just fade it up a little bit, see what we can hear. And you can hear still the waves crashing, and it's a bit windy, but not excessively so. It was certainly noisier not long ago. So we'll keep checking in with that very regularly. What are the chances for Agatha to strengthen a little right now? It might be.
It's likely, yeah, only in pretty much an hour left before you weakening due to land interaction. Pretty much only an hour left around, yeah. So not much time, not much time. Pretty much is set, I'll say. Pretty much is set.
And how fast is Hurricane Agatha moving now? We're still at 8 miles per hour, 13 Ks?
Yeah, around 15. No, actually it's 9 miles 15k. You say 8 miles 15k.
8 and 13 is
It's
what
actually-
NHC are saying.
Well, similarly, 1 mile.
Yeah. What else do we have just now? Do you think that NOAA made a mistake not sending a second recon?
Well,
I don't know. They
Not
might.
really.
Yeah, I mean, proximity to land and the terrain,
Yeah.
they'll have difficulty.
yeah, that's definitely the difficulty. Unlike those like like either in like over in Louisiana, they're just a bunch of floodplain where you can fly. You can fly really well, very extensive and dense flight, like 10 to something pass over a few hours, very close to land. No, it's far from US first of all. Secondly, terrain, it doesn't allow you to fly such a close to land, or else you have the plane itself are dangerous because the thing that's more important than And Recon reserve that then flying send Recon in will be the safety of the crew inside the Recon plane.
So right now we're watching the final couple of hours by the looks of things until landfall for Hurricane Agatha, the first named storm of the Pacific hurricane season, the first hurricane, and very nearly became the first major hurricane, and it still stands to be the earliest Category 2 landfall in the Pacific side of Mexico ever recorded. The current earliest is Hurricane Carlotta in 2012, which made landfall on June 16th. And it almost had a chance, or at least forecasted by the National Hurricane Center at one point, was forecasted to strike as a Category 3. And that would be the earliest occurrence ever for Category 3 landfall, of course, the next earliest being August 27th. That's just how rare that would have been if it had happened. Thankfully, the storm has weakened somewhat and appears to have run out of time, as Kenneth said just then, to strengthen any further, even though it is making a bit of a comeback right now. So are we set in thinking that 105, 110 maybe is going to be the landfall intensity?
Indeed it is. It will be.
So there we have it. Category 2 expected for landfall, which is still pretty serious. Camera's fogging up a lot just now. I'm not sure why, considering that it never affected it in all the hours previously, but it appears to be fogging up just now. Visibility is much reduced. I mean, the camera quality wasn't great to begin with, let's face it. But it is really the only one that's anywhere near this storm, and actually will be pretty much ground zero where the storm ends up, so it is interesting to look at. As always, if there's comments or questions for us whilst we're on the air, we are here to serve, especially now as we have less information trickling in. We're sort of left here watching ourselves more than we are broadcasting, I suppose, because there's less things to talk about and less things to bring you news about, because we end up getting to the point where you're just waiting for the storm to make landfall, and that's sort of the next big news story that happens during this event. And you won't be hearing much on the ground, of course, because of the conditions, and power will be going out in many places along here, no doubt. Communications lines will be broken, and of course some places, especially in some of the poorer parts of Oaxaca, will have serious humanitarian issues, such as lack of fresh water that can occur after hurricanes, and that can sometimes last for a week or longer. Let's see if we can find some more questions. Supernova says, will landslides be a massive concern for this area given the rainfall forecasted and mountainous terrain? Well, it certainly will. It's something that we've been talking about all the while. You look back at similarly named Agatha in 2010. Many people say should have been retired. I think it caused $1 billion in damages. It killed quite a few people. Can't remember how many. It was very bad for that kind of thing. And so will this. It's pretty much a given. 200, 300 millimeters of rain over these mountainous areas at points at very quick succession will lead to rapid flash flooding in some areas, and mudslides and landslides. Some more comments there. What time does the tropical weather bulletin air on the East Coast? Well, our tropical weather bulletin upload times have got a little bit slower this year because we've packed more into it. We try now to aim for about 9 PM Eastern. Usually it's around then. So yeah, this is the webcam once again. It's A little bit of a lull now. From what we can see, which is not much, it looks like the beach is still pretty empty, which is obviously good news. They're in a little gap between two big rain areas, but the main core of the storm will be arriving at this location probably in about half an hour. For the time being, I'll pass us back over to Christian, who once again has the key messages for us.
Right, well, in case anyone needs a refresher on the key messages, extremely dangerous coastal flooding from storm surge accompanied by large and destructive waves is expected near and to the east of where Agatha makes landfall. Life-threatening hurricane-force winds are expected in portions of the hurricane warning area in Oaxaca, Mexico, in this afternoon and continuing throughout the evening. Tropical storm conditions have already begun along the coast of Oaxaca and will spread eastward within the warning area throughout tonight. And heavy rains associated with Agatha will continue over portions of southern Mexico throughout Tuesday. This will pose a threat of life-threatening flash flooding and mudslides.
That was quick, and the National Hurricane Center saying that it could be 20 inches of rain over parts of Oaxaca in the next few days. That is
And that's about 400.
500 even, yeah.
500.
So those are the isolated maximums. They're saying 12 to 16 generally.
Either way, it's not good. So that's again 300 to 300 and
300 to 400 isolated areas, 500.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A question or two there about what's the likeliest lowest pressure? Do you think Recon caught the lowest pressure, Kenneth?
Yes. Recon will throw eye drop zone into the hurricane, and that pretty much can very effectively caught the lowest central pressure, which 2.5 hours ago it was 975, which at 1 a.m. Central and it's from 974. So I guess it's currently deeper, touching near 970 to 971 will be a reasonable one, because anywhere 970 to 974 will be reasonable right now. I mean, it's a guess. No, yeah. I mean, just a rough guess. Energy still running with 974 millibars, and we'll update the advisory at 4 a.m. Central Daylight Time, or whenever Agatha makes landfall.
We've zoomed right in on the eye here, and you can see how that's been developing in the last few hours. Those massive bursts of convection, and just watching this, it can be quite mesmerizing. The motion of the eye generally northeastwards, and just how it spirals around and getting closer and closer to land. Just turn it off briefly, and if we were just to mark the coast, and those little dots there, those are lightning strikes as well that have happened recently. Let's just mark the coast and turn the imagery back on again and see how close that is. Well, that worked, didn't it? It's white on white, we can't really see. You can just about make out the coastline there.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
So when you look at that visible imagery, Kenny, this is why 10 kilometers didn't seem too crazy. When you look at that, it looks like on the visible that the edge of the eye is already reaching the coast, or just very short, just short of it.
And I should clarify.
Yes, Christian?
Yeah, I was about to say, like, even though it says the edge of the eye is just about reaching the coast, well, we technically don't count that as landfall just yet. We count landfall when the center of the eye moves over land.
Yeah, the dead center moves to the land. Half of the eye has reached the land. That's what we call a landfall. So the radius of maximum winds is currently touching the coast. Which, let me recall what Recon said. I marked it down. So Recon have a a roughly 20 kilometers radius of maximum winds. So I'll say it's like 15 kilometers from the coast, like 1 more hour left. Yeah, pretty much like that. And it is a very compact system. The range of the pressure influence, not larger than 300 kilometers. Gale radius only extended to 160 kilometers away from the center. Northern quadrant even smaller at only 100 kilometers. So which shows that Agatha is actually a rather small system. But do not caught off guard. Winds can rapidly increase, exponentially increase to a very dangerous situation that will catch you off guard, that expose you into a dangerous situation. Hazard prevention measures should be completed now. Damaging force winds, gale force winds, and already eyewall the worst conditions with winds over 160 kilometers per hour is or 140, 160 kilometers per hour is already affecting the coast of Oaxaca. And please check the satellite imagery or the latest, pretty much as a reference of latest conditions. When you're near the eye, you already know it under the worst conditions with winds of the northern quadrant of the eye, as suggested by the Recon, 140 kilometers per hour with higher gust.
Okay, so I'm guessing we're saying then that we're expecting landfall now at 3:30 local time in an hour.
Yeah.
That's fascinating. Looking back at our camera right now, and it's a bit of a mess. We can't see much at this moment in time, so I'm not sure how useful that's going to be moving forward. It is still raining, clearly. You can't even see the tide rolling in.
Oh, wow.
But once again, there's a bit of light there, which means that they're still getting gaps in the clouds. And the real bad stuff can't be far away from this location. Just having a little look. Probably, maybe they've still got an hour before it gets really bad, but we'll see how it goes. Listening in to the audio a little bit more, and you can clearly hear the rain falling. Although it looks like they've got a little bit of a lull in the wind right now. If anyone has any comments or questions for us, please send them in. We will be here until the storm makes landfall. This really is the best camera available in the area. There is really nothing else, to be honest, as far as I know anyway. Let's reiterate the latest information with an hour and a half until the next National Hurricane Center update. They have put the storm at 105 miles per hour and a pressure of 974 millibars, moving northeast at 8 miles per hour. Hurricane warning for Salina Cruz to Laguna de Chacagua. Why do I keep tripping up there? A hurricane watch for Salina Cruz eastward to Barra de Tonala. A tropical storm warning for Salina Cruz eastward to Boca de Pijijiapan and Laguna de Chacagua westward to Punta Maldonado. Already 40 mile per hour winds had been recorded on land, and that was as of the last advisory, which was another hour and a half ago. So I imagine they'll have recorded more than that now, and the camera quality continues to get worse. Oh dear. I don't really know why. it was never good in the first place, but this fogging up has happened very recently, so I don't know. Let's see if we have some more questions. Bonnie says, here in Oaxaca, poverty is rampant and the infrastructure doesn't support the population on normal days. Chances are roads will wash out, power and internet will be out. That is my concern as well, absolutely. Will the Atlantic have more hurricanes in the future? Well, they definitely will this year. I don't know if you mean long-term future or... I don't know. But this is really all we have to show you at the moment in terms of anything on the ground. Of course, we have
Right.
all of our satellite imagery and more besides. Yes?
Yeah, sorry, I've had a bit of an update from Devon saying that there are still no changes to CDPS, so we still remain at stage 5.
J.O. says, why did it choose to pop out an eye now instead of when it was at peak? It was doing it a little at peak. I don't know if any one of you guys want to say anything about that.
Say again?
Why the storm chose to pop out an eye now instead of when it was at peak?
Don't ask me.
Well, in that case, it seems fairly apt to take a short break. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay tuned. Force 13 Live, we continue with our coverage of Hurricane Agatha, which is still a powerful Category 2 hurricane and is approaching landfall, we think, will occur in about an hour from now. There it is on the satellite imagery, zoomed out, visible, showing you just how close it is to land. I'm going to have a little look on one of my other screens as well to have a look at that visible and see if I can triangulate a distance from land by any chance. It's the best we've got to work with right now. So I'll go and check up on that. In the meantime, let's go back to our latest viewpoint, and that once again is La Crucecita. And we are looking eastwards. It's extremely fogged up now. The moisture of the hurricane really catching up to the camera, it would appear. My name is Nathan Foy in the studio, and once again we're back with Christian, Joey and Kenneth. It'd be interesting to see if it quickly starts to unfog when the eye passes over. If it passes over this location, it's quite possible. Christian, there's an image you're showing us right now of the eye very
Yeah,
close to land and lightning strikes.
Yeah, I've been told to show this image from internal
Oh,
talks
you've been ordered, have
in
you?
the I've been yeah, I have basically what I think is this right here, this
Yep,
darker spot. This is I want to say that's the eye.
certainly.
As you can see, I'm not sure how wide the eye is per se, but uh obviously I want to say it's about 30 or so miles wide. That's what we had earlier.
30 miles wide.
Yeah, thank you. So obviously the center of the eye will be around about here where my cursor is. Around there. I'm not saying it's an exact point.
Based on visible, the center of the eye now is about 16 kilometers offshore.
Wow. Yeah, and again, so it's getting there. Absolutely, it's getting there. Like the edges of the eye are around about here, just slightly offshore. So it's getting there, but once again, we don't count landfall, excuse me, until the center of the eye has made contact with land.
And the
So it's very
location
close.
right next to that landfall zone, assuming that it continues in its current direction, we'd be calling landfall near La Redonda, which is just west of Mazunte and Preda Angel. So that would be the area. So actually, the webcam at La Crucecita won't be a landfall location, but in fact, they may not even get the eye if it moves further northeast. But they'll still get some serious conditions there.
Absolutely, they will.
And regarding that image as well, you can see those crosses at the northeastern side. That is where the convection blast locate, as well as that means then eye wall lightning, which shows that it is still developing per the landfall. There's some lightning strikes near the landfall. Near the coast, already inland at the northeast eye wall, which signaling is still developing, I'm aware.
You can see those lightning strikes as well there on that imagery. I'm just trying to get something
Oh
where you
my.
can actually see it. But you can see where those lightning strikes
Surface
are.
observations, gale force gusts is being recorded. Gale force gusts being reported. Though the inland winds is still being land obstructed. I'll show this. I'll just like, boom. So currently, gale force gusts are recorded in the area circled in line. So the surface observation there has reported a gale force gust. Gale force gust. Recently, gale force gust 36 knots gust. So the wind's still not really picking up yet, as expected, but winds will definitely exponentially intensify as the hour approaches. As you can see here, the arrow I draw, you can see the winds at the coast. It is still along the shore or a bit offshore. That means the winds are still obstructed by the mountainous terrain. So the winds may not be that strong, but as the hour approaches, winds can still skyrocket. With the radius maximum winds, I've circled it in purple, and the red area is my expected area that hurricane force winds are possible. That Agatha will bring. Which the red areas will bring, and the red area I've also drawn in the line circle I sketched, which means the hurricane wind condition will arrive very shortly. So please stay indoor now if you're near near the warning area, especially for hurricane warning, stay indoor now. There's no time left. Stay indoor now if you're outdoor. Do not stand near trees or wire poles and electrical wires. Those are very dangerous structure, prone to strong winds, which that can pose a threat to your life. If you're indoor, just stay in your structure. Stay in the very interior area of the house. Not stand near windows and doors, and reinforce them such that they are reinforced and such that they are less prone to those winds and debris, such that they are less likely to break. When the eye, as the wall is already very close to the coast, when the eye passes over you, do not be caught off guard and just go out. Do not do that. Although winds will be calm, lasting from a few minutes to like several hours or just an hour, because the violent winds from the back vortex, winds exceeding 160 kilometers per hour, will resume from from the different direction, which the previous winds that have been I can't speak. Places previously sheltered from the winds will likely become exposed to it, because the winds will turn from offshore to onshore winds, which the winds are less, which the fetch is longer, so the winds are also stronger. So, which means after landfall, the winds will just blow like this. So less obstructed. The winds direct blow from sea. The winds will be stronger. So members of the public should remain on high alert on the wind changes in direction and the very strong winds. Stay high alert. After passage of Agatha, devastating damage was already done to land. CDPS 5 and CDPS stage 5, there will be hidden danger, especially from mudslide or structures or so. So please remain on high alert for assurance of personal safety. Continued rainfall and possibly torrential because of the mountainous terrain, which can generate continuous rainfall and lightning, like right now, is very likely for a few days with strong gusts. So please still remain alert for the threat of flooding and landslide, and as well as the torrential rain. And stay indoor and bring your umbrella. For the aftermath rainfall. Please stay indoors until the conditions become calm. Do not go down and stay onshore. Do not stay at the coast. Stop all water activities. It is very dangerous right now. Very dangerous, critical situation right now. Stay indoor immediately.
Visible imagery once again, and you're just sort of waiting for the moment where you start to see land inside the eye here on the visible imagery, because if the eye is deep enough, then you will start to see that effect on this particular imagery. Nothing there yet, but you can see that the eye is still bubbling on towards the coast, and it's only got about 15 kilometers left to go now before it does make landfall, and it's moving at about 15 kilometers per hour. So just getting the latest fix at 36 minutes past, and from what I'm gathering here, it's about 16 kilometers off the coast. So I think based on that, we're probably going to see landfall at about 3:45, maybe 4 o'clock. Switching back to infrared, anything else that we might be able to see here? No clear signs of the eye emerging on the infrared. Let's go back to the location camera, and it is still horribly fogged in. But it doesn't seem to be that much going on there at that location right now. And we've just got a new fix here. We're not sure exactly where the center of the eye is. Obviously we can't, because we can't see into it. But landfall is on its way. National Hurricane Center will update again in 1 hour, roughly. They might wait a little bit, they might be a little bit early. We'll see how it goes. But right now, it is still a 105 mile per hour Category 2 storm. An extremely rare one for the time of year. No storm has made landfall as a Category 2 in May in Mexico. On the Pacific side.
Yeah, whilst you've got it up on stream as well, we might as well go over the key messages again. So, those of you who weren't here before, or those needing a recap on the key messages for Advisory 11, I know Nathan just said that the NHC will come out with Advisory 12 in just over an hour from now. In the meantime, we'll go over Advisory 11's key messages, being that extremely dangerous coastal flooding from storm surge accompanied by large and destructive waves is expected near and to the east of where Agatha makes landfall. Life-threatening hurricane force winds are expected in portions of the hurricane warning area in Oaxaca, Mexico this afternoon and continuing throughout this evening. Tropical storm conditions have already begun along the coast of Oaxaca and will spread eastward within the warning area through the rest of the day and tonight. Heavy rains associated with Agatha will continue over portions of southern Mexico throughout Tuesday. Now, this will pose a threat of life-threatening flash flooding and mudslides. Given that this area of Mexico is quite a mountainous area, we're not sure how prolonged those will be, but the threat is still there.
Oh, it absolutely is. Pardon me, and is potentially greater than it has been during the whole of the storm, really. Now that we're here and the storm is making landfall, of course.
Absolutely.
Hello, Ethan.
Ethan has joined us.
Hello,
Ethan.
Hello.
Welcome aboard. It's been a while since we chatted to you on this subject. Hurricane Agatha, something that you've been watching very closely. Starting to pop its eye out on the visible imagery over the course of today. Weakened and has now started to strengthen just a little bit again. Your impressions of it right now, Ethan?
Well, overall, I know this is going to seem like a bit of a stretch, but overall, the overall storm structure, to me at least, in relation to how it looks right now, really reminds me honestly of Hurricane Zeta back in 2020. I know that it's not in the exact same conditions as Zeta, but that's just a personal relation that I have to the storm. I know that Zeta's eye was very close to, if not on par with what Agatha is right now. Not saying that Agatha is going to be the exact same strength as Zeta as landfall, but it's just an interesting relation that I have. Right, that I can see, I guess.
Landfall is fairly imminent, and we're expecting that it's about 16 kilometers offshore. We expect that landfall will be close to Mazunte, and it's coming up pretty soon. I'm honestly not sure what else to talk about at this point, as we throw it back to our webcam, which is at La Crucecita, looking eastwards, although the quality of the camera has degraded massively in the last hour or two, in part due to the weather, but it's fogged up.
I hope that people who are being impacted by this are in their safe place right now, because the eye wall is on shore right now, isn't it? The northern eye wall?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is.
So I hope that if you are in the threat zone for this, that of course you're taking the necessary precautions. It looks like to me that the northern eye in particular, that the northern side of the eye could be about to hit land, Nathan.
Wait, I'm pretty sure it is.
Yeah, it
Yeah, it
is
is.
already now hitting land and bringing the worst conditions in. Bring the worst conditions in. The radius of maximum winds at the northern side suggested by Recon is roughly 20 kilometers.
There's a question from Bonnie there about having a hard time locating Predator Escondido on the radar. So let me mark it out for you. It would be located, just trying to get my own bearings here. Predator Escondido. Ooh, where are we? I'm trying to figure it out myself. I thought I had it, but I actually don't think it was where I thought it was. So let me go about finding it again. Trying to do some cross-referencing. I'm pretty sure it's somewhere around. Oops, somewhere. Oh dear. Somewhere around here. Predator Escondido. In relation to the storm, so you can see there it's pretty damn close. When you throw it back to the visible, I think it might be a little bit further in than that, but you can see how Predator Escondido will probably have, I mean they're closest to it right now, but I reckon they're going to have a reprieve. They're probably going to get away with not as bad conditions as they could have had, and it's going to be one of those situations where a few miles might have made a big difference there. Back to the webcam, as I do regularly. Again, showing not much, so we'll just leave it there for a bit and have the sound on in the background. And Christian's once again showing us the arrival time for winds.
Yeah, once again, all times in this graphic are in Central Daylight Time. Not sure what the time is over there right now.
We're getting on for 3 o'clock.
For 3 o'clock. So, obviously, this was as of Advisory 11, which was quite a while ago, as of 10 a.m. Central. So this was, again, a fair few, about 5-ish hours ago now. So, tropical storm force winds are way beyond this line right about now. So, I'd say round about here,
oh, no,
maybe.
not yet.
No?
Well,
this was 2 p.m. You're saying we're getting
well,
for
it's
3
3
o'clock
now.
So
it will
so
only
yeah,
have, it will
so
only
a
have
bit
just
beyond.
passed that line.
Yeah. Either way, it will slowly creep northwards. It will be around this line around 8 p.m., which is in about 5 hours' time. And then as the storm creeps northward, these chances will slowly increase. Once again, like so you'll get more purplish areas along this side of the storm as it progresses. Then over here, parts of the Atlantic Ocean should start expecting to see tropical storm force winds at around 2 in the morning on Tuesday.
I wouldn't say expecting. It's a 10%
Well,
chance up there, but yeah,
it's
if
a
it
10%
happens,
chance. Yeah, again, absolutely. I mean, as the storm progresses, you might consider these purple areas expanded. But the storm is expected to weaken as it traverses over land, excuse me.
it
So,
certainly will. But even after the storm weakens, what's left of it and its remnants will have a big influence over the whole Central American region, and you'll see huge amounts of rain that continue to build up. Ethan, I don't suppose you've got any thoughts on what will happen with Agatha eventually, and its legacy, and what comes out of its ashes, I guess you could say.
Nope.
You're not going to entertain anything like that.
So I just want to point out Agatha somewhere around here. expected to move slowly northwards into the Bay of Campeche, Gulf of Mexico, and you've got this great big 40% AOI in the Atlantic from what will be influenced by Agatha's remnants.
And Ethan
However,
doesn't want to talk about that.
Oh dear. So I'll keep it on the key messages graphic for the moment. Unless Ethan wants to say something.
No, he's fine. So there we are. I should also point out that the Force 13 US channel are about to go live for the PDS Tornado Watch that is currently in effect in the northern United States, particularly in South Dakota and Minnesota. Moderate risk there today. They're about to start coverage in a few minutes. We of course will be staying here until at least the landfall of Agatha, which will take place in, we're probably expecting about an hour, maybe a little bit less. Coming pretty soon. Let's go back to that visible imagery and show you once again the storm's current position right now, and still moving northeastward. Landfall is getting very close, but still not there yet. And at this point we get to the stage where we've pretty much done everything we can do to tell you about the storm in question and what it will do and where we're going to go from here. And at this point really it's just a case of watching what happens, because everyone has made their preparations and we are in an irreversible situation when we watch the storm barreling towards the coast. It's not going to change track, it's not going to weaken. It is going to make a Category 2 landfall. The first one ever seen in the month of May in the Pacific coast of Mexico, Ethan.
Yep.
Which I think is quite crazy. But it could have been even crazier. It was forecasted for a Category 3 landfall, hey?
In a way, we're thankful that didn't happen.
Sure. What do you think of the storm's progress during the course of today, Ethan, when Recon got that 964 millibar, whenever it was, and they've kept it last night, and they kept it all the way up until this afternoon, when they finally weakened it to 105 miles an hour. What have you made of the storm's structure?
I definitely would say that it weakened overnight due to that wind shear that surprisingly caught everyone off guard. I would say that it did weaken, but I would say that it has re-strengthened a little bit. Probably back up to 110. I mean, given that Recon a few hours ago did get 105 around there, so probably around 110 miles per hour now. I wouldn't, even though it's a bit of a stretch, it still, there's a very small chance that it could become a major hurricane just before landfall, but the chances of that at this point are very, very low, as on the latest satellite imagery, looks like that the storm is starting to degrade a little bit, primarily due to land interaction. So chances of that are probably nil.
Well, let's hope so.
Either way, if this is going to be 105, 110, 115, don't focus on the category, because that's not going to change its impact whatsoever. Heavy rainfall is still going to be the primary threat. We're forecasting, I believe, around 20 inches of rainfall still, right?
Yeah, 500 meters at least in isolated areas, with serious flooding due to water level rise due to high tide, torrential rain, and storm surges.
Looks like the next band of the storm is moving in on the webcam. We'll be back with that and with the team in a few moments' time. Stay tuned. This is Force 13 Live. live coverage will continue in a moment. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. Force 13 live coverage on Hurricane Agatha continues. We're now on our 5th hour today, and it may well be the landfall hour because the storm is getting incredibly close to achieving just that. Still a Category 2 on the Saffir-Simpson hurricane scale. The National Hurricane Center will be updating with new data at the end of this hour, and we'll be there to catch it as soon as it comes out. Let's take a look at the view right now from Mexico from this location at La Crucecita, looking eastward, away from the eye of the storm, but very close to the main part of the storm. Let me just try and get a quick fix on it. Current distance from the storm's eye, this location is probably about 55 to 60 kilometers away. Although it's been a while since we've seen some strong winds here, certainly a lot of rain, and certainly an extremely fogged up camera by this point. I don't know if the audio helps, but you can still hear what's going on, but you can't really see very much of what is going on. You can see some waves time and again, and the tide does appear to continually moving up a little bit. In the studio, my name is Nathan Foy here once again, and it's nice to be here, although it would have been nicer in better circumstances. And I'm joined by my team who have been posting stuff by the looks of things. There they are. We have Christian, Alex, Ethan, Joey, and Kenneth. We spoke to Ethan just before the last break. The new person here this hour is Alex, also a esteemed analyst. And what are your thoughts on what we've been seeing from Agatha so far? And where is it? And how do we talk about it right now?
Been very impressive for an early season start. It wasn't something I was anticipating for this year, and now we're watching it being so close to landfall. We're going to face some dangerous impacts over there in the southern parts of Mexico, and in terms of rainfall, expect landslides, flash flooding in valleys, and potentially even worse, floods in other areas. Even if you're not under the storm itself, to the east of the system, there are also heavy thunderstorms forming. Those can also bring flash flooding and dangerous lightning activity. So if you're to the east of the storm in its outflow regions, don't be off guard. Those storms are also a danger to you. Landfall area itself, hurricane force winds, that's certain given. And if it suddenly stops, don't go outside. Or if you do need to go outside, go to higher ground. That's solid if you can make it. Like if you're super close to it, like 2 minutes away. Otherwise, go to higher ground in your building.
The edge of the eye is just about reaching the coast, which means that there can't be that many kilometers to tick down until we get landfall. But looking at the imagery that I'm seeing, I haven't really seen it move very much in the last hour at all. Maybe 14 kilometers from the center of the eye moving over land, but it's hard to tell, and sadly we don't have the better observations like radar and the like. We have to work with just the satellites. But Alex, we first saw it weaken after its first peak. I assume you agree with that, by the way, 110 miles per hour. And now it's back up, well, not back up, but we assume that it weakened when the National Hurricane Center held it, and now it appears to have intensified a little bit. We saw that during Recon. How strong do you think it is right now?
Well, I am not going to make a call right now because I personally haven't looked through the data yet. So it's going to be a hard time if I have to go with a solid intensity estimate that would be accurate with what we know is given. And yeah, looking at the former analysis of the National Hurricane Center, I do want to say though where they maintained it should have been weakened, but I think they did do it maintained because of the aircraft reconnaissance coming in.
Yeah, they were basing it heavily off that and from the Dvorak remaining at T5.0. They seem to be holding out on that. But we weren't to know, were we, that it would be a little bit weaker until Recon were back in it again. That's how it works. So once again, the National Hurricane Center will have an update before the end of this hour, which we'll be able to bring to you live as we continue to watch the eye slowly revolve and make its way towards landfall. But it seems to be going excruciatingly slowly right now, and doesn't appear to... Yep.
Does it appear that the northern end of the eye is now beginning to creep onshore, Nathan?
I believe so, yes.
So this looks to be the start of the landfall process.
Yeah, and once again, we don't call landfall until the center of the eye passes over land. Now, since the northern tip of the eye is starting to creep up on land, technically, that's by our standards, that's not quite landfall just yet, but it's almost there.
You can see the coast starting to appear on our imagery here. As you watch that eye move in, you can just about make out the coast at the top. I know it's very bright.
Is
So let's take a look at something that's slightly less bright and a little bit easier on the eyes, but not very much, because an extremely blurry scene here from La Crucecita looking eastwards. You can clearly hear a lot of rain falling. How are the winds? Let's tune it up a little. Yep, there's a lot of wind there. The only problem is you can't see much. But definitely things getting fairly gnarly there right now. You can send us messages throughout this hour and however long we are here. I don't know when we'll terminate our stream. We usually stay till just after the landfall. Some comments. Can Agatha have a brown ocean effect?
No.
Oh, I hope not. No.
No, hope not. It's definitely not. Because you have mountainous terrain that will instantly kill off the storm instead of brown ocean effect. For brown ocean effect, you need flat terrain.
Drelizar says, did the storm stalling for so long cause a lot of upwelling of cold water, which is why it stopped intensifying?
No.
Not really.
Well, no. Upwelling wasn't really a massive issue. It was more so just the unfinished wind shear that caused weakening.
What else did we have there? I thought I saw something else. Never mind, just someone using the Force 13 handle to shout "It is raining" in all caps. That's interesting.
I wonder who that was.
Ethan, you're looking at visible imagery right now as well. Any comments you'd like to make about the structure of the storm?
Well, it's certainly interesting. I was looking at the loop of the past 6 hours here, and I think this is it here. This is the past 6 hours of Agatha. I'm not entirely sure how to speed this up, but that's what the past 6 hours of the storm have looked like. And really, once you get towards the afternoon hours of here on the U.S. on Eastern Daylight Time, which is just an hour ahead of what it is here, you can really start to see that storm have those convective bursts on the western side of the circulation, and then more on the eastern side and the northern side in the most recent frames.
Yep, looking pretty interesting there as you continue to watch it once again. Nelson said, sorry for doing the all caps. Gordon says, will Agatha enter the Gulf and become a hurricane in the Atlantic? We've answered this a few times today, but we know people tune in and out, so let's see what Alex thinks about that.
Well, I do want to say it will probably reach the Gulf of Mexico in the form of either leftover mid-level cyclone or or just remnant system, so remnant energy. So, and things like expecting a hurricane, or is it possible? Well, I would not expect it. There's the National Hurricane Center gives it at the moment, if I read it correctly, 40% chance. Is that correct? For something to form, just something.
Yeah, out of anything.
Yeah. So, expecting something like a hurricane, I would definitely not. Forecast nor expect anything like that until we would have proper model guidance that would support it, for example, or when it's actually there and we got observations put into the models that then would show it happening. So, and I don't think any is doing that at the moment. So, a couple of exceptions, like the HWRF times, but For the rest, I think it should not happen.
A question there, why does infrared look so bad when compared to visible imagery right now? Has this surprised you guys? How there's quite a difference between the two?
No, the eye isn't really that deep. It's not penetrating into the storm that much. So the eye is very shallow. And yeah, that's pretty much the explanation as far as I can go.
And infrared shows the cloud top temperatures, so that is also different. So instead of seeing what you see with the naked eye, you see just
Good point.
what are those temperatures up there. So it's much more even, and you can really see how the eye is super shallow on it as well, because it's not really apparent on infrared imagery.
You can see it a little bit more now on these latest infrared frames, but still ridiculously shallow.
Yeah, don't really see it on clean long-wave infrared at the moment. It's slowly starting to creep in, but it doesn't really look to be anything more than shallow.
Storm tracking says, could Agatha intensify some more to high-end category 2 or hold intensity to the final of this hour? We'll find out what the NHC say at the end of the hour. I doubt they would really change though at this point, do you? I can't see them changing.
Nope, I don't either.
So, Ethan, you're showing that visible again and quite clearly shows that the edge of the eye is moving over land now.
Yep, I've got
Yeah, it's also outlined the coastline, so
Yep.
it
Yeah,
should
very
be
nicely
slightly
done.
easier to see.
But don't zoom in.
Yeah. I know, I can't move from this perspective or it's gonna mess up everything. So I'm stuck here.
Well, I'm not. I can show things on my screen as well. The super close up. Once again, we can just about make out the coast there underneath, and the part of the coast that looks like it's inside the eye right now is very close to a small place called Lagatero, if I'm not mistaken. And that is, I'm trying to find it on another map now. I just saw it on one map. I'm now just looking at another map to try and find it again. Don't ask. Where is it? The coastline all looks the same. I switched to another map because the one I was on loads ridiculously slowly. Never mind, we'll just have to look at that one. So near a place called Lagartero, and El Popoyote and Coyote, which is all to the west of Chacahua. So that would appear to be the landfall area that we're looking at here. Now, more questions. One about what do all the infrared colours and stuff mean? Because a lot of people
those
who
are
tune
just
in,
the top
you
of
know.
the cloud. Those are just like the temperatures of the top of the clouds.
We have these
Like
very
on the-
advanced colour scales for them all, though, don't we?
Yeah, not even
But
I can describe them.
let's just show the one you were showing in the live stream. Let's just explain it using the scale you use in the live stream.
The infrared one. Okay, let's have a look at this. The one where we have -70s as black. And there is the infrared on the screen right now, Kenneth.
It has a little bit of delay. Let's just wait a little
But it is
bit.
important to explain these things for new viewers or people who, yeah.
So there's the infrared. So those at the light blue are like negative, and negative 20, 30. those green are like negative 35, 40 up to negative 50. Those yellow oranges are negative 50, negative 60. Those linear orange red will be between negative 60 and negative 70, around like that. And those are the black are lower than negative 70. And those are those that more white gray, light gray, white are those housetops that are near negative 80 degrees.
Another question there, how big is Hurricane Agatha now from a couple of hours ago? Because I remarked that last night we were looking at about a 10,000 kilometer diameter, and earlier today it dropped to about 750 kilometers. So is it still shrinking or is it growing again?
Actually, its overall size has been pretty small. The overall influence, based on satellite gas, is roughly only 2.5 to 3 degrees wide in influence, which is like 150 or 180 roughly 300 kilometers in size. A gale radius, it's to speak in gale radius, even smaller, only 115 kilometers from the center to the gale force winds. Some quarters even smaller, only 100 kilometers, suggested by Recon. So actually, Agatha is a rather small system and compact.
Yep. Looking at it again on this imagery, and on the left hand side you can see the latest webcam view from La Crucecita, which is still incredibly fogged up, although it doesn't appear as though anything major is going on there right now. Just having a look at rain rate estimates, it would appear that places in between Pedro Escondido and Chacahua, not far from the eye to be honest, just on the northwestern side, is experiencing high rain rates, still not as high as I might have thought, about 50 millimeters per hour, 45 to 50, still quite a lot, but not as much as I was initially expecting. So I mean, that of course is just a satellite derivation. It may still be worse than that, but from what I'm seeing here, rain appears to be a little bit more spread out than it could have been. It's not particularly well concentrated. But
I was saying,
yeah.
Nathan, on the latest imagery, I know that you were talking about that it looks to be slowing down a little bit. I'm not seeing it. In fact, I'm seeing quite the opposite. I think that this movement speed is increasing just very slowly, and we look to be having a landfall within the next 20 minutes, I'd say.
All right. Another comment, are there any other systems to watch in the Atlantic or the Pacific? Well,
You cut off there. What'd you say?
any other systems to watch in the Atlantic or Pacific?
Well, we do have 93W near the Philippines. That's not going to develop at all. In the
Gosh.
Atlantic, we could have the remnants of Agatha could do something there. We'll have to wait and see what happens, though.
And just for those who might be curious about US activities right now, there is a potential tornado outbreak today, and the US team are covering it right now. Just search Force 13 US on YouTube if that is taking your interest. But here we are watching Hurricane Agatha all the way up till landfall, which it looks like now it's going to be very soon indeed. We're just not sure exactly when. Let's see if I can get another little estimate on distance from land. It's getting close. Anyone can tell that. Right now, I assess that the center of the storm's eye is 6 kilometers from La Redonda, which is just west of Mazunte. So 6 kilometers to go until we get a proper landfall, and National Hurricane Center will surely call it a landfall when they do their update, which could be any time in the next 40 minutes. 6 kilometers, if it's going 15 kilometers per hour, work out the math, that's just shy of 30 minutes, Ethan, so I think you might be right.
Around there, the storm is still looking to try to clear out its eye. Looking like it might be getting its act together on the eastern side a little bit.
Look how foggy this webcam has become right now, but let's see if we can
Oh
listen
my
in.
goodness.
Wow.
Sounds like there's
My.
people out there. What are they up to?
Well, they
I'm
shouldn't
not
because
sure.
where's that webcam at right now?
Yeah, it's right in the hurricane warning, yes. They should. No one should be out there, but I
What
can
city
hear
is it in?
voices. This is La Crucecita, which is about 40 kilometers from the landfall zone.
They're in the eyewall right now,
Quite possibly.
Mhm.
so they absolutely should be seeking shelter right now. If you were in La Crucecita, or if you were over in Mazunte, San Pedro Potosita, and even in areas inland, like such areas such as Cienguilla, just to name a few areas, you need to be seeking shelter right now, as this is a moderate to high end Cat 2 hurricane. While yes, it's not a major hurricane, don't focus on the categories and focus on the potential impacts that this hurricane could deliver to your area.
I'd say in this kind of scenario, the category of the storm doesn't matter. Obviously, they're still going to deliver the same impact.
Yeah, and this is the problem we run into when we talk about hurricane categories, which doesn't factor in rainfall whatsoever when you get tropical storms that can be retired. And some argue that Agatha of 2010 should have been retired, and it was a 45-mile-an-hour storm and all that rain damage that it caused.
Yeah, this is why CDPS is the better scale anymore.
Okay.
But yeah, speaking of CDPS, this is a stage 5. So once again, devastating damage is possible for this area, which is possibly ongoing right as we speak.
No doubt.
Yeah, absolutely. It's again, should not be taken as a joke. This is a very serious situation unfolding right now.
How high is the storm surge some areas can expect?
Well, we were discussing this earlier, actually, because
NHC have never given figures.
no, they haven't. But yeah, we were discussing this earlier because we were saying high tide was around the same time that this storm surge was
Yeah.
expected to arrive. So
Yes.
it could be made even worse.
High tide in half an hour.
Yeah, that if that's going to set through with landfall, then surge on the back side of the ice. Yikes. You don't want to be in low-lying areas then.
No, absolutely not.
Here is more imagery visible on how the storm has been progressing there, and you can see that the brightness of the clouds is starting to decrease a little bit as the sun angle starts to drop back down again slowly. But what it means on this particular graphic is that the clouds, when they get darker, become more transparent, so you'll start to see the land a lot more in comparison to the storm. You may be able to see a little bit already when it starts to at the end of that loop. But when you look right into the eye, you might be able to make out the coastline there, especially when you get right into it. You can see the coast there.
Just about. Whoa, that's very that's very zoomed in.
It is, but you can see the coast. So
Just about. It's
That
not
hurts
very
my eye.
clear, I'll give you, but you can just about see it. Oh, now that you've zoomed out.
yeah, it can be a little bit stinging on the eyes though.
Yeah.
More questions. Some people asking about how bad we think damages will be. We don't speculate about those things before the event. It's not helpful really in any way. What will the remnants of Agatha do in the Gulf? ? No guarantee it will be in the Gulf.
We have no idea.
I know that we saw one or two crazy models that wanted the remnants of this to become a hurricane again and hit Veracruz. But I don't think that's going to happen. You can hear a lot of rainfall on the webcam. Let's see if we can turn that up a little bit. Sounds a little bit heavy there. Shame we can't see much of it. Let's try and go back there though, just see if we can see anything interesting.
Right, sorry, just paying attention to Ethan's imagery right about now. It looks like the eye is slowly starting to come on shore.
Certainly is.
Yes, it is incredibly close.
And we should be seeing an update from the NHC in around about half an hour from now.
The rain's certainly falling at this location, at La Crucecita, which is currently sitting 60 kilometers away from the center of the storm, so not 40. As far as we can tell with the latest images from about 3 minutes ago, the center of the eye is now approximately 5 kilometers from La Redonda.
And where are we expecting this to come on shore, Nathan?
There.
There? Where is there?
La Redonda. At this point, we're going to take a short break. We'll be back in just a moment with more and the landfall of Hurricane Agatha. Force 13 Live, we're back looking at the webcam at La Crucecita, looking eastwards away from the center of the storm, which is 60 kilometers away from this location. Hurricane Agatha is a Category 2 with winds of 105 miles per hour and a pressure of 974 millibars. And the latest estimate is just 5 kilometers from landfall. Back in the studio again, my name is Nathan Foy. I'm joined by the team. We have with us Alex, Christian, Ethan, Joey, and Kenneth. The landfall is inevitable and is going to happen without a doubt within the next 30 minutes. And the National Hurricane Center's update may come out even sooner than that. We'll be looking out for it for you. And still feel free to send in your questions whilst we wait for that moment that the landfall occurs. Would anyone like to...
Drifting north a bit.
What's that?
Only, there's another explanation in a journal by one of my professor. Says the what? I can't speak again. The eye of the storm will approach the vorticity. Yeah, will approach the region of low vorticity, if I remember correctly, or actually approach a rougher terrain. And the eye of the storm would approach the rougher terrain as it is extremely close to it.
You may have noticed that at this moment, everything here has decided to completely break. So all you can see right now is me. So that's fantastic. Although we can still hear the rest of you, so feel free to keep chatting. I don't know if we do have them anymore. Well, that's an embarrassing moment and something that could not be helped, but we are waiting for the latest from the National Hurricane Center. Their update is expected to come out anytime in the next 20 minutes, so we're going to see what happens when we get closer to that time. It's just around the corner. At the moment, everything is broken down here, and I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to retrieve it. Which is just as well, considering that we're near the point of landfall and most of the important parts of our broadcast and delivering information have passed, I suppose. But right now we are just stuck here looking at our stock image of Hurricane Sam from last year. But in the meantime, we've got our team back at least. Everything's broken here, so let's take a look at what's on Alex's screen.
What happened?
Don't ask me. Alex, you're looking at different kinds of imagery.
Yeah, I'm mainly looking through the true color imagery with overlaid lightning strikes, as you can see here. Every single cross here is a lightning strike. And I'm looking through different bands right now. So overlaid with the true color imagery. So this is cloud top temperature or infrared imagery, as we've showed earlier. This is cloud top height, so it'll show you what the scale is on this. So all those red tops here are in the ranges of 17 to 18 kilometers high. So those are some very high cloud tops and definitely some incredibly intense rain bursts underneath them. The northern side here, you can really see it. Those cells are very active with lightning. Let me go back to temperature. Here you can see the eye reappearing now. So it's, well, it looks to be almost halfway on land. Almost.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's,
Any moment,
that's
really.
really getting close now.
We're about to get the update from 31 minutes past, see if we can determine whether landfall has occurred or not. In the meantime, let's take a look at that camera once again. Although you can't see anything, let's turn the volume up and see what we can hear. And what you can hear is heavy winds there, and I imagine persistent rain there as well, and my voice somewhere in the background. That was interesting. I don't know how that happened.
Yes, your voice coming through on a webcam. Like an
I
intercom.
still think that the center is.
Are they watching me?
Offshore.
They might be.
What was that, Ethan?
I think that the center is just offshore. I think it's closer than 5 kilometers now.
Yeah. So pretty much the landfall time will be at 45 to 50. 45 or 50. I mean, 3:45 to 3:50 will be the landfall time right now. So let's wait for another 10 minutes. I'm pretty confident with this.
Now. Looking once again at my brand of satellite imagery there. We continue to wait for the National Hurricane Center. I continue to wait for all of my operations to come back online because something here is still not working.
Did you get hit with like some kind of internet outage or something then?
No, what happens sometimes is the computer decides to break down. Sometimes some of the software applications decide to completely destroy the machine so that it can force upon it the next update. Like Discord does sometimes.
Oh, fair enough.
Because I never turn it off. Anyway, we are watching this serious situation unfold with a 105 mile per hour storm set to make landfall in just a few moments' time. Waiting for the National Hurricane Center update. Waiting for a new fix to see whether we're any closer to landfall. Would anyone like to take the floor?
Well, either way, the storm is. I guess I'll take it. By the way,
Okay.
either way, the storm is very close to landfall, and just because that this hurricane is making landfall doesn't mean that it's going to be the end of it, as this thing is going to continue to move inland, and it's going to drop heavy rainfall far away from the landfall area. So if you're in areas like along the Bay of Campeche coast, you need to watch the storm very closely, as it could deliver impacts to your area, even though that you're not under any sort of hurricane warning or any tropical storm warning. Heavy rainfall is going to impact your area, and that could lead to some significant issues.
We can still hear all of that rain in the background, and I'm still trying to grab hold of a center fix or working satellite imagery, even though we already have some, but ones that allow position estimates. It's not working very well over here right now. I imagine it's still not made landfall yet, but I think it's going to be extremely close by this point. People are wondering if the blurry camera will become the new Force 13 meme. I mean, you guys are easily impressed if that's the case. Let's just say that. Christian, anything else you want to talk about right now?
Whilst I have the floor, I might as well go over the size of the 34-knot wind fields.
All right.
So according to the NHC, we've got 80 nautical miles in the northeastern quadrant, as well as the southeastern quadrant, 50 nautical miles to the southwestern quadrant, and 70 in the northwestern quadrant. So those are 34-knot tropical storm force winds. However, if we were to go to 64-knot or hurricane force winds, that's 15 nautical miles in the northeastern quadrant, as well as the southeast, 10 in the southwest, and 15 in the northwest quadrant. So once again, if you are within 15 nautical miles of the landfall area, you should expect to receive hurricane force winds, and you should have prepared for the worst case scenario, I'm afraid to say. However, if you are not within that, you should still expect to receive tropical storm force winds, and you should have at least prepared for that as well.
All right, thank you. We've got no relevant questions right now, so we're just waiting for more news from National Hurricane Center. I wonder how late they'll leave it, whether they'll wait for a landfall confirmation themselves here. I think might be the answer. Unfortunately, I can't find out whether the storms may landfall or not because the other machine has started to break as well.
Oh,
I don't think it has just
there?
yet, Nathan, but I can try to loop on my end if you want.
Well, of course, we can have a look at your loop.
So that's the coastline.
Yeah.
That is incredibly close.
It's very close. I think the center's probably around here. So it's very close.
Is it just me? Or is
Almost
it
on top of the
the
shore.
Yeah.
Is it just me? Or
Don't
is it
say
starting to move a little bit eastward as well?
Oh.
So what were you expecting me to say?
I thought you were about to say it moving westward.
Oh,
Why westward?
Because it's got, some people might be under the impression that it's curling westward a little bit.
No, I think to me it looks like it's moving east a bit. But that's just me.
I can get where you're coming from looking at loops over here. Just
Yeah.
watching it over and over again. A slight eastward wobble on the last frame. Like only by a few kilometers at best.
Landfall due anytime. It's going to be right near Chacahua in Oaxaca, Mexico, waiting for the National Hurricane Center's update, which is due anytime. At the moment, I'm still wrestling with machines to get something working, and I think I'm almost there actually.
Right, I think I've got footage of the footage of the hurricane in Oaxaca right about now.
Right.
So once again, this is just want to double check here. In some kind of orange alert.
Yeah.
But basically, you won't be able to hear it because I've not got the stream capture set up this way. But just look at this. Like,
That's the kind of deal they'll be getting down there right now.
yeah.
I'd like to do a new position estimate now, according to the latest, 4 kilometers from landfall. That's
Getting very close.
as
I think it's a
of
bit closer than that, to be honest.
5 minutes ago. So, again, we're waiting for the National Hurricane Center with their next update, due any time. And then very shortly, maybe even on the dot, this storm might make landfall. Be interesting to see if they change intensities at all. I doubt they will. Because like, at this point, I guess, what's the point?
Oh yeah.
More questions then, and please do keep sending them in. I don't know how much longer we'll be staying here. Is there a chance that this will eventually track near Florida? Just want to be on the safe side because I'm going on vacation to Florida next Monday.
We don't know just yet.
Definitely some of its influence will be affecting Florida.
Update out
but
the
the
National
system
Hurricane
itself,
Center.
Is
wouldn't
it?
say.
Can you, is
Yes,
it
they are
up on their
maintaining.
website?
Hold on. Stop interrupting me, please. Winds of 105 miles per hour and a pressure of 974 millibars.
No change on
say-
before.
Agatha makes landfall just west of Puerto Angel, Mexico. Strong winds and heavy rain spreading inland. They're estimating that the storm is about 5 miles, or that's 10 kilometers west of Puerto Angel in Mexico.
I've still got advisory 11A on my end.
So
Please bear
that's
with.
the NHC going with landfall at this point, which I guess is going to end up being correct because that will be valid as of 10 minutes from now, at which point I'm pretty sure it will have made landfall. Right now it is extremely close, but we are not calling landfall just yet. We now have it 2 kilometers from land.
Advisory 11 still. Oh, come on. 11A. Right. It's going to take a while for me to get it on my end. But
Let's throw back to the camera for a moment and see what we can hear on there because we can't see very much. Sounds like a lot of rain falling. Yep, and you can't really see much there right now either. So, National Hurricane Center declaring that Agatha has made landfall, although we're not quite sure yet that that has happened. Of course, the edge of the eye has made landfall, no doubt. The center of the eye is still very, very close, but it's going to in a matter of minutes, and to be honest, this really isn't very important, but there we go. Let's go back to Ethan's screen.
I think it's just about there, Nathan. I'm just watching this loop myself. Let me see if I can get the latest image there. And yeah, it's very, very close. I think it might just be just about there.
No, not yet. Another few minutes. It will happen before the hour. Definitely. But, you know, it is making landfall right now, as we speak, literally. So, after landfall, the storm will move inland. Will continue to move northeastwards, currently going at 8 miles per hour, which is 13 kilometers per hour. I assume that's what they've kept it as, yep. They expect that the storm will weaken down to 60 miles per hour by midnight local time, and then down to a tropical depression probably by early afternoon tomorrow. And they're still not suggesting any indication, Atlantic lovers, that it will end up in there as a depression or anything. So don't bother. Let's read the discussion. Satellite imagery indicates that Agatha has made landfall along the coast of southern Mexico just west of Puerto Angel within the past half hour. Landfall intensity is estimated to have been 90 knots, which is based on several SFMR wind measurements from the Recon earlier today and subjective and objective Dvorak intensity estimates. It is worth noting that the minimum pressure decreased several millibars between the aircraft's center passes, which coincided with the eye becoming more apparent in visible satellite imagery. These data, along with a 547 UTC GMI microwave pass, suggest Agatha may have completed an eyewall replacement cycle around that time. The initial intensity remains at 90 knots for this advisory, but rapid weakening should commence very soon. They mention all that, and then they just moved on. Are they saying coded message there that they might be upgrading in post-analysis?
Pretty much, yeah. I think this is made landfall at this point, Nathan.
It may have done. Agatha is forecast to dissipate over southeastern Mexico by late Tuesday. The global models continue to suggest that the mid-level remnants will merge with a broad low-pressure system near the Yucatan Peninsula, and there is some potential for development in the northwestern Caribbean Sea or southern Gulf of Mexico later this week.
Right, I'm taking a look at Ethan's imagery here.
But yeah, there are. I mean, the NHC site is slowly updating. I mean, I've got key messages for Advisory 12, which just came out.
They do update slowly.
Yeah, like I said, I've got the key messages up for Advisory 12.
All right, let's take a little look at that if we can.
So, I'm not sure if there's any difference between Advisory 11. But
there's a significant change in the 10% chance of winds there. That's extended a bit more into the Gulf.
Yeah, those are the wind speed probabilities, though. Again, the key messages,
the messages themselves, sure. Yep.
Again, not sure if they've changed a whole lot, but the graphics have definitely changed. I mean,
they are still expecting the same amount of rain in those locations that we were mentioning earlier. 10 to 16 inches in Oaxaca with isolated maximums of 20. In Chiapas, 5 to 10 inches with isolated maximums of 15. And in Veracruz, Tabasco, and eastern Guerrero, 2 to 4 inches with isolated maximums of 6. New imagery dump just now on my left-hand screen. let's see if we can finally confirm a landfall. It's still not fully loaded yet, so I guess I'll have to just give it another minute. But we are about to reach the end of the hour. And an easy question for you guys there. What is the next name after Agatha?
Blasts.
Interesting name. And you're still witnessing the rain from that camera going on there as well. Along the coast of Oaxaca. We are still waiting for Force 13's proclamation of a landfall.
Okay, we've had a Twitter clip sent in by Nelson as well. Let me just go over this before I push it on the air. Okay. What have we got? So.
Yeah.
Yeah, and again, just scenes of devastation, basically, is all I can put it.
Not quite. I mean, there's strong blowing winds there.
Well, how else can I put it?
Well, houses aren't collapsing at that location, but it's obviously somewhere you don't want to be.
It is, yeah, somewhere where you don't want to be. Like, these people who are shooting it, they have at least moved to higher ground. So that's good on them. Once again, first hurricane of the season, tracking along a stretch of tourist centers like Puerto Escondido, Oaxaca, and fishing towns on the southern Pacific coast amid warnings of dangerous storm surge and flooding from powerful rains.
Yep, and those rains again are going to be one of the biggest the biggest impacts from this cyclone.
Absolutely.
You got
So,
that
okay.
image yet, Nathan?
Which image?
The one that could be potentially landfall.
Pretty much now, I think. It is the time.
There's Ethan's imagery right now.
Ooh, that is very close.
It is hovering along the coast.
I think at this point it has, because that imagery is a few minutes out of date.
Yeah.
At 52, it is less than a kilo. So it's 55 now, that's pretty much so.
That's what I had as well.
Right.
At
In the meantime,
52
though,
minutes past, we had it 0.9 kilometers off the coast.
900
Yeah,
meters. Okay.
It's at this point that it's moved on shore at this point.
Yeah, I'd probably say
Yeah.
that as well.
I'd agree.
Oh, yeah, anyways, so extremely dangerous coastal flooding from storm surge accompanied by large and destructive waves will continue through this evening near and to the east of where Agatha made landfall. Life-threatening hurricane force winds will continue in portions of the hurricane warning area in Oaxaca, Mexico this evening. Tropical storm conditions will spread eastward within the warning area throughout tonight. Heavy rains associated with Agatha will continue over portions of southern Mexico through Tuesday. This will pose a threat of life-threatening flash flooding and mudslides. So once again, if I were to move over to the arrival times mixed in with the probabilities of tropical storm force winds, you still at least have a 10 to 20% chance if you're along the Bay of Campeche, stretching out quite a ways into the Atlantic, and not quite as far as Yucatan in terms of latitude.
Well, we're going to take a break here. We'll be back again in a few minutes with more coverage on Agatha, which is making landfall right now on the coast of Oaxaca in Mexico. We'll be back after this. Our live coverage will continue in a moment. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. Welcome back to Force 13 Live. Hurricane Agatha, 105 miles per hour, 974 millibars, has made landfall along the coast of Mexico. It made landfall 3 minutes ago at La Redonda on the coast of Oaxaca, which is just approximately 5 kilometers west of Mazunte and 12 kilometers to the west of Predo Angel. That's the breaking news this hour, is that Hurricane Agatha has made landfall. As the music ends there abruptly, I always press that button wrongly, but there we are, back in the studio with the team. My name is Nathan Foy. I am joined by Christian, Ethan, Joey and Kenneth. Really putting in a shift for us, Kenneth, tonight over there in Hong Kong, where it's morning now pretty much. 105 miles per hour landfall makes it the strongest May landfall on the coast of on the Pacific coast of Mexico, which is quite something.
Only, I want to say, May Category 2 landfall for Mexico. I could be wrong, but I'm
on
not.
The Pacific side, I'm not sure
On
about
the Pacific,
Atlantic.
yeah, I meant Pacific side. Sorry.
Maybe,
but,
I mean,
yeah.
I don't know. It might even apply to the Atlantic. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But there we go. Let's go back to our imagery. Oh, there's the music again. Fantastic. The imagery there from La Crucecita continues to get worse. You can't see anything now. It's outrageous. But you can hear all of the rain falling. If you turn it up, you can hear it's raining. And there's some wind there as well. So that's the latest out of there right now. And we know that hurricane warnings are still in effect, of course, as the storm moves inland. Let's look back at the imagery of it. There it is again. That noise that you just heard means that my bottom bar is updated, so we'll be able to show the landfall on the bottom bar screen. And you can see how the storm managed to do that there on this satellite imagery. Moving northeastward still at this time. Destructive hurricane force winds are moving inland, and they are accompanied by heavy flooding rains.
And like we said, this is a Category 2 making landfall in Mexico with winds of 105 miles an hour under a central pressure of 974 millibars.
Just seeing if there's any more stuff to take a look at. Not just yet. If anyone does have any comments or questions for us on the air, we're probably not going to be staying much longer. I think we're just going to finish things off and wrap things up soon, because we need to position our team for US coverage for the rest of this evening with a PDS tornado watch in effect. So there's a lot going on all round the Americas tonight with severe weather and hurricanes, but I guess that's just how it happens sometimes. This is a anomaly, a very early season storm that has made landfall just before the end of May. And And like we said, the first Category 2 storm to make landfall on the Pacific side of Mexico prior to June. The next earliest storm was Hurricane, forgot its name now, Carlotta, in 2012. Let's go back to all of our screens, and you can hear all of that rain in the background again. Over to Christian.
Right, yeah, well, before my Discord decided to crash, here we go. So the storm has once again made landfall, Category 2, 105 miles per hour at 974 millibars. Storm is expected to track, I believe, northeast along the southern side of Mexico, all the way up into the Gulf, into the what's it called, Bay of Campeche, as a post-tropical depression or remnant, whatever you want to say. Who knows what it's going to do past then, because the NHC haven't marked it. If anything, what have they done with their 5 days out AOY over here? Nope, nothing. It's still 40%. So, if anything, nothing much may happen from there on out. But, where were we? Here we were. Turn that on. Once again, storm's expected to track northeast along the southern tip of Mexico, and it's gonna slowly emerge out around Tuesday as my Bluetooth earbuds also begin to die.
Oh, technology going badly now.
Technology, absolutely. Now that the main part of the stream is over.
I'm just working on some things here as well.
I do want to point out, thanks for the support that we have received. Thank you very much. Once again, I'm just going to throw it over to Nathan.
Oh, thank you. Well,
I don't.
Yeah, there's really not much to say at this point. Taniel, thank you very much for that. Mike also says thank you for excellent coverage. I mean, you know, we do our best, and this is early in the season, so we're hoping that we're going to get better later on. And we're really excited about the upcoming feature that we'll be having on Force 13 by August time, hopefully, where we will have a 100% automated stream that's going to be packed full of features. If you've seen our earthquake stream, it's like that but better for tropical cyclones, and that I'm excited about. It's going to be coming out hopefully in August, just in time for peak season this year, and it will be 24/7 365 days a year. So that'll be something else that we can add to our arsenal of ways to help people deal with the tropics. But right now we've got this serious situation. Landfall has happened. It doesn't mean the worst is over. It only means the worst is over if you are safely west of the storm, I guess, outside of its wind field. You can probably say it's over there. But certainly where that webcam is, on our left hand side, it's not over there. Their worst winds will probably arrive in about an hour. Although we won't be seeing very much of it, and we'll probably be going off the air because we have to deal with US weather. We have to sort of go between the two. But you know, I guess at this point, if anyone is wanting to help us in any way for future occasions like this, whether you're able to help us in production or in supplying things or anything really, just send us a message through our social media platforms, Force 13, or you can contact our staff on our Discord server, discord.gg/Force13, and there we have our community server as well, where you can discuss weather with our community of nearly 4,000 storm trackers from around the world. All kinds of weather discussed there as well, as we look at another little video there of a street by the looks of things with maybe standing water, I can't tell. Let's see.
Yeah, it
what
looks
else.
to be. Yeah, I definitely think that's standing water there. Whoops. Basically, all this says is the eye of Hurricane Agatha begins to enter land as a Category 2. Once
Now-
again, we were sent that in from Nelson. There's something else that he sent across here. I'm not sure what this is, but appears to be a graphic. I sent.
Yep, so that is... What's that? Looks like that's them... I assume that's the Mexican Weather Agency calling landfall at 3:30 p.m. Near La Redonda, as we mentioned. 10 kilometers west of Preda Angel. 165 kilometer per hour winds, 205 kilometer per hour gusts, moving northeast at 13 kilometers per hour. So very similar data to the National Hurricane Center. Category 2 landfall. They called landfall at 3:30, which I think was quite early, but they might just be referring to the edge of the eye, as many agencies do.
Yeah.
So there we go.
Yeah, once again, sent in by Nelson, that one.
Let's go back to the webcam right now, what little we can see out of it. It's getting, we're seeing less and less colours.
Oh my
It's just going to
goodness.
end up being one blank colour eventually, if it steams up anymore. But you can certainly hear what's going on in the background. Let's turn that up a little bit. Yep, that's a lot of rain falling. It's a shame we can't see much else.
I'll keep just a moment, try and get everything up and running back on my hand. Oh. Okay, so now it just fix itself.
Once again, this is at La Crucecita, looking eastward, which at the moment is still away from the eye.
Yeah, just because the storm's made landfall doesn't mean that the worst is over just yet. You've still got the storm, which will begin to impact areas inland as it will start to weaken, and then eventually will emerge off the other side of Mexico into the Bay of Campeche. And like we keep mentioning, who knows what it's going to do back then.
This is what the infrared is looking like as the storm's made landfall, moving inland now, and you can still see very large amounts of convection really blowing up on the northern side, getting towards minus 80 degrees Celsius, and even well off to the northeast you can see large amounts of convection blowing up, and this is what you're going to continue to see now over the next few days. You're going to see lots of thunderstorms and rain falling over the whole Central American region to do with the remnants of this storm. It's going to be a big mess, and I sincerely fear that there's going to be a massive flooding event out of this if we're not careful. As a matter of fact, we can go and have a look at the last GFS run and show you the precipitation. Let's see if we can bring this to the screen. This, of course, using Tropical Tidbits there. The GFS model. As you move along the timeline up to 7 days out there, and you can see all these areas, those yellows, that's over 350 millimeters of rain. To be fair, it's not as large an area as it was previously, but then you move inland, you're getting those purples, that's 100 to 200 millimeters of rain. And you can see on the Yucatan, some people are asking about the Yucatan earlier today, various places in the last few days actually. And whilst you won't be getting very strong winds, rain amounts around Tulum and around Playa del Carmen, not quite towards Cancun, for Cozumel as well, you could be seeing up to 250 millimeters of rain. In Cancun, you could be seeing 1 to 200 millimeters, and then onto Cuba, you're looking at very high amounts of rain there as well, as we see our potential tropical cyclone that results from Agatha's ashes moving off towards the northeast through Cuba and the Bahamas. So that's going to be something to watch. And when you look at it all displayed there, it does form one big line as to where all of that rain is going. It's fascinating to see what Agatha would have done if this landmass wasn't there. I reckon it might have continued straight towards Cuba as a hurricane.
Don't take that
to
as
think
gospel
about.
truth. The Yucatan is in the way.
It is definitely in the way. This storm is not going to do anything now.
No.
But of course it has
Right.
just made landfall, and for the time being it is still extremely dangerous with winds of 105 miles per hour, pressure 974. That's the landfall intensity as we look at our satellite wall.
And I've also been given an image of landfall microwave.
Oh.
So, yeah.
Oh wow.
Oh,
Damn.
So if you want me to zoom in a bit, and
so
here we go.
southwestern side definitely closed up a bit before it made that landfall.
It's impressive. I think NHC might upgrade the landfall intensity in post-analysis.
Yeah, I was thinking that as well.
They're already hinting that in their discussion.
And it was even noticeable in visible imagery as it was making landfall that the convective bursts were beginning to wrap around the center again. So, definitely.
Yeah, it definitely warped even more. I mean, look. I mean, look at the red. Look at the red region there.
Yeah, that goes all the way around.
I'm placing it on my output. And let's just compare this with. I'm going to that image. Wait a minute.
We've got the
Yeah.
low level.
You can see the red
microwave here as
areas,
well.
yellow areas warp, even further compared with the previous GMI pass. Right. It is even dropping more than what it was like 3 hours ago. I mean, just compare these two images.
What are we looking at now?
Look at these two images, GMI and AMSR2.
Right, do you want me to flip between the two of them?
Oh. There's that.
There's that and that.
Well, those are
Yeah,
two quite different
37.
images.
Sorry?
And AMSR2 37 composite, 36. AMSR2 composite.
Yeah, so you've got the. Christian, if you could switch back to the.
This
yeah,
one?
Yeah, that's the low.
No, 36 composite. AMSR2 composite. The one that is a green.
That's the low level.
Yeah.
Right. And then we have this.
And then that's the mid levels.
Very impressive.
No,
Mm.
not
Is that
that,
the
not
mid-levels?
that, not that. This one, Christian.
Wait, which one?
I want this one.
You want this
let's
one,
go.
right? Give me
Let's go with the same point of comparison instead of different point of comparison.
Hang on, I'm pretty sure that's the image I've got up. I am pretty sure.
Which one did you?
I'm confused what you guys are actually doing right now.
Yeah.
What's going on here?
Yeah, I don't know what's
want
going on
to-
either. That's the same image.
No. Oh, I mean this. AMSR2 composite.
Oh, this one.
AMSR2.
Oh,
That
No,
one.
that is GMI.
That one is AMR. AMSRT. That
We
one.
got there, Christian. Well done. You picked
Honestly,
the right
guys.
image.
Yes, this
Shut
one.
up.
Yeah, you can see much more red area You can see much more red areas being brought compared to GMI1. Now I want GMI composite now.
He
I
closed.
want to composite image as comparison of how much improvement Agatha made.
Right.
I'll just share a screen there. I can.
Yeah, you do
I think
it.
that would have
You-
been the best thing to do from the beginning.
You-
Poor Kenneth.
Yeah.
Making Kenneth go to all this effort at 5 o'clock in the morning, Kenneth's time.
Yeah. Also listening to Spotify as well.
You can see.
That's the image I had
3.5
just
hour
pulled
view.
up.
Kenneth wanted to
Uh,
compare those two.
You can see it only
sake.
ropes around 1/3. Those red are just 1/3 rope around the center, but just 3 hours, boom.
Yeah.
It just walk nearly fully those red areas, the pink blob at the eastern side, but look at the pale pink. It broke fully around the center, which how impressive with the near land intensification. Which suggests that it really deepened considerably. Well, how much? Wait for the data. I mean, we just
Yeah.
wait for the data.
It's really been quite a fascinating storm, really, when you look at that. It's becoming quite clear that it's had 2 peaks now.
Indeed.
Absolutely. Anyways, just want to point out we have also something else sent in
A man.
by Nelson. I don't know. He speaks in Spanish, so I don't know if it'll help the Spanish viewers.
Well, you
But
can't play
first
with
off-
audio anyway, can you?
If you give me a moment, I can make it play
Yeah, we
with
can
audio.
give you a moment. In the meantime,
Yep.
oh look, there's everyone. See all the chatting people over there. And Christian is playing.
Hey?
Yes.
Oh dear. Right. Sorry. But if there are any Spanish-speaking viewers here, here's your moment.
Ubicados en el crucero de Pochutla hacia Puerto Escondido y Huatulco, estamos esperando el impacto de este fenómeno. Y esto lo estamos viendo, si las lluvias son extremas, es poca la gente que está en las carreteras, estamos advirtiéndole a toda la ciudadanía que evite salir. Ya es un riesgo mayor el que tenemos, estaremos cruzando en pocos minutos hacia la zona de Porto Ángel, donde sabemos que se va a dar el impacto mayor.
Dangerous time.
Ubicados
Okay.
en el
Absolutely.
What I was trying to show before was this, and instead it overlaid my YouTube monitoring page where I see all your comments come in. And there
dear.
is the storm once again on the infrared imagery. It's always looked a mess on infrared.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, just look at that.
What are we looking at?
Your infrared.
Yeah, what about it though?
Alright. I don't know. I just think it looks pretty good. But that's just me.
Well, there's the visible, which obviously looks better.
Hang on, let me give it a moment to switch over.
Let's go to the
Yeah,
cirrus
no, that
band
looks-
where we can see a little bit easier. And
Yeah,
let's see how it
and-
looks on this imagery.
And as you said, as the sun sets over the hurricane, the cloud tops will begin to be a bit more transparent, so you can see the land areas underneath it.
Let's go back to our location cam, which is getting ever closer to the center of the storm. And there it is. It's still extremely blurry. I think we've lost any of it unblurring itself magically.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, I'm afraid I think it's pretty much a lost cause at this rate, because you can barely see anything. Can we
Let's
can
see
we
what we
hear
can
anything? Yeah,
hear.
I'm
though.
afraid I think it's
Christian,
pretty
you-
much a...
Hold on a minute. You played yourself. What was that?
No clue what's going on.
That was
I don't know
Christian
what's going
playing
on.
through Christian's computer. That's great. Let's turn that volume
What?
up again so we can hear it. All of that rain.
Hang on. I think I know what I've done here.
but not much else that we can take away from that
There we
view
go.
right now.
There we go. You shouldn't be able to hear me anymore now.
Everyone is commenting that it's a blurry camera, stating the obvious there. Yes, we're very... But this is the only camera anywhere near the storm, and to be honest with you, it's holding up pretty well. Let's be frank here. It's about 50 kilometers from the center of the eye. The problem just is that you can't see much.
You can definitely hear it,
Yeah.
so I don't see what the issue is.
I see a very big issue. I'm more of a visual person.
No, it's not the best.
But
Joey,
we
any
make
more
do.
comments on what we've witnessed throughout the past few hours? We've been here for 5 hours 28 minutes. I think we're gonna go and finish up the stream in a couple of minutes because the storm's made landfall and it's moving inland. Even though the threat is still high, we've sort of done everything that we can really at this point, haven't we?
Absolutely.
Yeah. And I think it's just a matter of staying in your safe places until the worst of this system has passed through.
I should
Rainfall
point-
is still a major threat for those even inland. Rainfall totals of 20 inches possible in some areas of the Oaxaca, Mexican state. CDPS stage 5, devastating impacts possible and are probably ongoing as we speak. And those will only emerge after the system actually passes. But to everyone in the area, do stay safe.
Yep, Christian, any thoughts?
Well, I just want to point out, for those of you further inland where the eye hasn't passed over your location just yet, when the eye does pass over, obviously everything's going to calm down for a bit. Please don't get out of your safe space for at least a while, because pretty soon you'll soon encounter winds coming in from the opposite direction.
Alright then, well at this point I think we're gonna call it a day here at Force 13 HQ. It's been a long day of tracking this storm. It's been a long few days. A storm that's made its own little piece of history, Agatha becoming the first Category 2 storm to make landfall on the Pacific side of Mexico before June. Is that a sign of things to come this season? I'm not sure. The East Pacific is not expected to be active this year, but there could be a bias towards land this year more than out at sea. And this first storm has certainly demonstrated that. Christian,
Gonna be happy.
Christian, Joey, thank you very much for being with me, and for everyone else who was with us earlier on in the stream this evening. It's been great. Well, not great, but obviously as good as I think our coverage has been as good as it could possibly be during this storm. And we'll be here again whenever we're needed. We also have a tropical weather bulletin coming up at the usual time tonight, which will take place...
Do you believe Army is covering that?
Oh, okay. So Army's on the tropical weather bulletin tonight, which will be out at around 8 PM Central Time, which will once again be covering Agatha and everything else around the world. And we'll have more updates throughout tomorrow, I would imagine, as well, if necessary. From here at Force 13 HQ, we're going to link you over to our Force 13 US team. They're not covering Agatha, but they are covering what's going on in the US with severe weather outbreaks right now. That might interest you, especially if you're watching us from the US. But from here on the main channel, it's good night from us, and stay safe out there. It's really important. Flooding could be a massive issue in those areas, and fingers crossed everyone gets out okay. That's all from us tonight. We'll see you again soon.